Hey there, story lovers. This is Harryverse X, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. Flash and Superman rescued Harry age 5 from cupboard and Speed Force made fastest wizard in history. Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Cupboard and the Lightning. The rain had been falling on Privet Drive for 3 hours straight when Barry Allen first heard the crying. He hadn't meant to be in Surrey at all. The night had started in Glasgow. A metahuman with magnetic control over steel had decided a railway bridge was an excellent hostage negotiation tool, and Barry had dismantled that situation in about 40 seconds flat, redirected 6 tons of falling steel infrastructure, and then spent the next 20 minutes running in expanding circles because he was fairly certain he'd heard something on the way through, little whinging that his brain hadn't fully processed yet. The Speed Force did that sometimes. When he moved fast enough, it filtered the world into impressions, heat signatures, sound spikes, emotional frequencies he couldn't quite name but couldn't quite ignore either. He'd heard a child crying. Not the ordinary kind of crying, the scraped knee, bad dream variety. This was the other kind. The kind Barry recognized from a very specific place inside himself, the sound of a child who had been crying for so long they'd stopped expecting anyone to come. He slowed to a jog on Privet Drive and pulled his cowl back, standing in the rain outside a row of identical houses that all seemed to be in a competition to look the most aggressively normal. Number 4 had a perfectly maintained garden, a freshly painted door, and not a single light on despite it being barely past 9 o'clock. The crying was coming from inside. From low down, ground floor, maybe lower. Barry stood there for a second, rain soaking through his hair, and tilted his head. Then he pulled out his phone and called Clark. It rang twice. Barry. Clark's voice was calm the way mountains are calm, not because nothing was happening, but because very little could actually disturb them. You're in Surrey. You knew that already. I heard the rain change when you stopped running. A brief pause. What did you find? Kid crying, Barry said. Inside number 4. I can't tell age, but it sounds young. Really young. And Clark, he stopped, looking at the house. There's something else. I don't know what it is. It feels like the Speed Force is doing something weird at my edges. Like static. You know that feeling before lightning hits? I'll be there in 40 seconds. He was there in 30, landing quietly on the pavement beside Barry in jeans and a flannel shirt, rain beating on his shoulders. Clark didn't bother with an umbrella. He tilted his head in the way he did when he was listening to everything within half a mile, and his jaw tightened almost immediately. Small child, he said. Under the stairs. Heartbeat is elevated, slightly malnourished based on, he stopped. Barry. There are adults in that house. Asleep. It's 9:15. Asleep. Deeply. And the child is locked in. His eyes briefly glowed a faint red as the X-ray vision engaged, and then his expression did something complicated and went very still. Clark Kent going very still was not a good sign. Clark Kent had once gone very still right before he pushed a Category 5 hurricane back into the Atlantic Ocean. There's a cat flap on the cupboard door, he said quietly. Barry. There's a cat flap on the cupboard door. Barry was already moving. He phased through the front wall of number 4 Privet Drive at a frequency that left no damage and no trace, materializing in the dark hallway with rainwater still dripping from his hair, and stopped. The cupboard under the stairs was small, of course it was, all cupboards under stairs are small, but this one had been lived in. He could see that even in the dark. There were crayon marks on the inside of the door, low down, child height. A small shelf with what looked like a broken toy soldier and half a picture book. A thin mattress that had seen better decades. And on it, curled up with his knees against his chest and a too small blanket that didn't cover his feet, was a little boy. He was small. Younger than Barry had expected, 4, maybe 5 at most. Dark messy hair. A face that even in sleep looked like it was braced for something. There was a bruise on his arm that Barry clocked immediately and didn't look away from, because looking away felt like a betrayal of something. The boy had glasses. Tiny, round glasses with one arm held on by a piece of tape. They'd slipped sideways on his face while he slept. Barry crouched down and looked at him, and felt something in his chest do something he didn't have words for. Then the speed force hit. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't the usual background hum he lived with, the constant electrical awareness that underpinned his entire existence. This was a surge, a directed, focused, almost intentional pulse of energy that slammed through Barry from crown to heel and then kept going, pouring through him like he was a conduit rather than a recipient, and arrowed straight into the sleeping child on the mattress. The little boy's eyes flew open. They were very green. Shockingly, almost impossibly green, the color of lightning seen through sea glass, and in the moment the speed force touched him they lit up, not metaphorically but actually, physically lit with a gold-white light that pulsed 3 times like a heartbeat and then settled into his irises like embers. He stared at Barry with an expression that was not afraid. That was the thing that hit Barry first, this child, locked in a cupboard, waking to find a soaking wet stranger crouching over him, and his first expression was not fear. It was recognition. Like somewhere underneath sleep and hunger and the everyday misery of his small life, some deep structural part of him had been waiting for exactly this. "Hello," Harry said. His voice was hoarse from crying. He said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. Barry Allen, who had faced Reverse Flash, Gorilla Grodd, and Captain Cold in the same week, sat back on his heels and said, "Hey, buddy. Are you real?" Harry asked. He reached out one small hand and touched Barry's wrist with 2 fingers, careful, scientific. "Sometimes I dream people come." That did it. That particular sentence arranged itself in Barry's ribcage and stayed there. "Yeah," Barry said, very steadily. "I'm real." He kept his voice low, watching Harry's face. "What's your name?" "Harry," the boy said. Then, like he was reciting a fact he'd been corrected on before, "Harry Potter." "I live in the cupboard." "I know," Barry said. "I came to get you out of the cupboard." He paused. "Is that okay?" Harry thought about it with the gravity of a child who had learned not to say yes too quickly to things. Then he nodded. The cupboard door was locked from outside with a bolt, which Barry slid open from the inside by phasing one hand through the door and manipulating the mechanism, and then he pushed it open and stood up, and Harry Potter stood up beside him, all of about 3.5 feet of him, blanket trailing, glasses still crooked on his face. Clark was in the hallway. He'd come in through the back door, which he'd opened without breaking the lock because Clark did not do unnecessary property damage, and he was standing in the narrow hall looking at Harry Potter with an expression that Barry had seen on Clark's face exactly once before, outside a collapsed building in Metropolis, when they'd pulled a woman out of the rubble who'd been in there for 11 hours. Pure, uncomplicated relief that something that should have been lost wasn't. Harry looked up at Clark. Clark was rather a lot of person to look up at, 6'2", broad, radiating the kind of solid warmth that seemed to push back cold air just by existing. Harry's head tilted back to about 45 degrees. "You're very tall," Harry observed. "I've been told," Clark said. He crouched down to Harry's level immediately, naturally, without making it a production. "Harry. My name is Clark." "That's Barry. Are you hurt?" Harry considered the question with that same careful seriousness. He looked at his arm, Barry tracked the look and felt his jaw tighten, and then back at Clark. "Uncle Vernon gets cross sometimes," he said. It wasn't an excuse or a complaint. It was just information, delivered in the tone of a child reporting the weather. Clark's eyes did the thing again. The briefly glowing thing. He was looking at the bruise now, and calculating, and whatever he was calculating was making the very still expression come back. "How old are you, Harry?" Barry asked. 5, Harry said. "My birthday was last month." He looked between them. "Are you going to take me back to my cupboard?" "No," Barry and Clark said simultaneously, with an identical flatness that suggested the very concept was offensive. Harry blinked. "Oh," he said. A very small smile crossed his face, tentative, like a plant growing toward a window it wasn't sure would stay. "Okay. Okay," Barry agreed. He looked at Clark over Harry's head. Clark looked back at him. An entire conversation happened in about 2 seconds without either of them speaking, which was something that happened between them after years of working together, a compressed exchange of "Are we doing this? Yes, we're doing this. What about the adults upstairs? I'll handle the adults upstairs. Are you sure? I'm sure. Okay, we're doing this." "Stay here with Clark for a minute," Barry told Harry. "I'm going to talk to the people upstairs." "They won't like being woken up," Harry said. This was not concern for Barry. This was pragmatic warning, delivered from experience. "That's fine," Barry said. "I don't need them to like it." He went upstairs. The master bedroom contained Vernon and Petunia Dursley, both asleep, both radiating a self-satisfaction that was somehow visible even unconscious. Vernon was large in the way that suggested he considered size a form of authority. The second bedroom contained a boy approximately Harry's age who appeared to be sleeping in a room that contained more toys than some small stores, which Barry catalogued with a specific, quiet fury. He woke Vernon first, because Vernon looked like the one who'd left that bruise. Vernon Dursley woke to find a man standing at the foot of his bed, dripping rainwater on his carpet, with an expression that was polite in the way that very cold things are sometimes described as polite, technically true, containing nothing warm. "What?" Vernon started, going purple with outrage almost before he was fully conscious. "Who the devil are you? Get out of my—" "I'm going to need you to be quiet," Barry said. "We're going to have a short conversation. If you wake your son or scream for help, I'll have you sitting zip-tied on your front lawn before you finish the sentence." He smiled. It didn't reach anything. "I'm fast." Vernon stared at him. Petunia had woken and was frozen sitting up in bed, her face a complicated mixture of fear and, Barry watched it, guilt. The guilt was interesting. He filed it away. "There is a 5-year-old child living in a cupboard under your stairs," Barry said. "He has a bruise on his arm the size of my fist. He cannot remember the last time he was taken out for his birthday. He owns 1 broken toy soldier and half a picture book." "He's fine," Vernon said, recovering some bluster. "He's perfectly—" "You don't want to finish that sentence," Barry said pleasantly. "You really, genuinely don't." Petunia had gone white. She was staring at the door, and then back at Barry, and he could see the calculation happening behind her eyes, something fearful and also something that wanted to be pragmatic about this. He's not normal," Petunia said, and her voice had gone tight and thin. "You don't understand, there are things about him that aren't." "I know," Barry said. That stopped her. "I know what he is," Barry said. "Or what he will be. And I'm telling you now, whatever you thought that meant for your lives, that's over. You don't have to be afraid of him. You just have to leave him alone. You can't just walk into someone's home," Vernon began, louder now, building toward a bellow. Barry was at Vernon's side of the bed before the man could blink, and he put one hand on Vernon's shoulder, not hard, not violent, just present, and Vernon stopped. Because there was something in Barry's face that had nothing to do with anger and everything to do with certainty, and certainty from someone who has moved at the speed of light is a different animal from certainty in ordinary men. "Here's what's going to happen," Barry said. "You're going to go back to sleep. In the morning, you're going to find the cupboard empty. You are not going to call the police, you are not going to call anyone, because the person I work with has hearing that would make your head spin, and the moment you pick up a phone we will know. You're going to tell your neighbors that your nephew went to live with relatives. Which is true." He straightened up. "We're done here." He was back downstairs before Vernon's blood pressure had fully registered the visit. Harry was sitting on the bottom stair, which was technically the first free space he'd occupied outside his cupboard all day, apparently, judging by the slightly dazed way he was experiencing it. Clark was sitting on the floor next to him, Clark Kent, Superman, sitting cross-legged on the hallway floor of a terraced house in Surrey, and they were looking at a snail that had come in through the slightly open back door and was making its slow, improbable way across the hallway tiles. "It doesn't go fast," Harry was telling Clark, with the tone of someone who had been thinking about this problem. "No," Clark agreed. "But it gets there eventually." "Does that matter?" Harry asked. Clark considered this as though it were a serious philosophical question, which, Barry thought, coming from Clark, it probably was. "Depends where it's going," Clark said. Barry came back into the hallway and Harry looked up at him immediately. "Did you wake them up?" "Briefly." "Were they cross?" "Briefly." Harry accepted this. "Are we going now?" Barry looked at Clark again. "The same compressed conversation, we can't take a 5-year-old without, we just did, there'll be, I know, we'll figure it out." Clark was already standing, and he had that set to his jaw that meant he'd already made the decision and the rest was just logistics. "Yeah," Barry said to Harry. "We're going now." He looked around the cupboard, the hallway, the cat flap on the door. "Do you want to bring anything?" Harry thought about it. He went back to the cupboard and came out with the broken toy soldier. He looked at the half-picture book, decided against it, and came back to Barry. That was his entire inventory of things worth taking. A 3-inch toy soldier with one arm missing. Barry held out his hand. Harry took it. Clark opened the front door and they walked out into the rain, and the door swung shut behind them, and Harry Potter looked up at the rain falling on his face for the first time without someone telling him to get back inside, and he blinked, and the rain was gold-lit for a fraction of a second, just a flicker, a pulse, a shimmer, and then it was just rain again. "That was you," Barry said quietly, looking down. Harry looked at his hands. "Sometimes things happen," he said. "When I feel things." "I know," Barry said. "Same thing happens to me." Harry looked up at him with those impossibly green eyes and said, "Is that why you came?" Barry crouched down in the rain on the pavement outside number 4 Privet Drive, and looked at this small, thin, extraordinary little boy, and said, "Partly. Mostly I just heard you crying." Something moved in Harry's face, the careful, managed expression of a child who had learned not to expect too much, and cracked, not in a devastating way but in the way ice cracks when it's melting, when the cold is losing. He didn't cry. He just nodded. Clark had a car, because Clark drove when he wasn't flying because it kept the secret identity functional, and it was parked 3 streets away. They walked there through the rain, Barry on one side of Harry, Clark on the other, and Harry walked between them holding Barry's hand, and he looked at everything, the wet street, the orange streetlights, a cat sitting on a wall, with the focused attention of someone who had been in a very small space for a very long time and was recalibrating the size of the world. "Where are we going?" Harry asked when they reached the car. "Central City," Barry said. "Do you know where that is?" "No," Harry said, entirely unbothered. "It's far," Barry told him. "Okay," Harry said. Clark put Harry in the back seat and found a somewhat battered children's blanket in the boot that had been there since the last time Lois had borrowed the car with her nephew, and Harry accepted it without comment and pulled it over his knees and leaned against the door and was asleep before they'd left Surrey, with the broken toy soldier in his fist. Barry and Clark drove in silence for a while. "We can't just keep him," Clark said eventually. "We absolutely can just keep him," Barry said. "Barry." "Clark," there was a cat flap on the door. Clark was quiet. His hands on the wheel were careful, measured, the same hands that could stop freight trains, and they were very gentle on the steering wheel the way he was always gentle with things that weren't equal to his strength. "I know," he said. "I know there was. And the speed force, I saw." Clark glanced in the rearview mirror at Harry. "I don't know what that was. I've never seen the speed force do that." "It chose him," Barry said. "He didn't say it like a theory. He said it like a fact. The same way it chose me. I felt it, Clark. It wasn't an accident. Whatever that kid is, whatever's in him, the speed force knows." Clark looked in the mirror again. Harry was deeply, completely asleep, the way malnourished children sleep when they finally feel safe, not like rest, more like collapse, like the body calling in every debt at once. "We need to find out who he is," Clark said. "The full picture." "Yeah," Barry said. "But first he needs food and a bed and," he stopped. Swallowed. "He told me his birthday was last month." He said it like it was just a date. "He didn't mention a party," Clark said, very quietly. "No." They drove for a while more. "We're going to need a bigger apartment," Clark said. Barry looked at him. "I'm not arguing," Clark said. "I'm saying we're going to need a bigger apartment." Barry turned back to the road and said, "I know a guy who can get the lease sorted fast." "Of course you do." Clark almost smiled. "We should probably get him some real clothes. Tomorrow. And food. Actual food. First thing." Clark stopped. "Yeah," Barry said, quietly, knowing what Clark was going to say and not needing to hear the end of it. "And everything else too." Clark nodded once. Outside, the rain was thinning as they crossed the county border, and somewhere behind them on Privet Drive, a cupboard under the stairs sat open and empty, a thin mattress with a child-shaped dent in it, crayon marks at knee-height on the inside of the door, and a broken toy soldier that had been left behind after all. Not the one Harry had taken. He'd taken that one. This was the other one, a second one Barry hadn't noticed, smaller, wedged in a crack between the shelf and the wall, which meant Harry had owned two broken toy soldiers and chosen to take one and leave one, which meant he'd made a choice about what mattered, which meant he was already doing what people do when they're starting a new chapter without knowing that's what it's called. The house was quiet. The Dursleys slept on. The night moved past the car windows like pages turning. They stopped at an all-night service station outside Oxford because Barry couldn't go past a food source and not feed a hungry child, and he woke Harry with a gentle hand on his shoulder, and Harry came awake with that same brace, that flinch that he'd clearly learned to deploy between sleep and waking as a kind of armor, and then saw Barry and let the brace go. "We're getting food," Barry said. "What do you want?" Harry stared at the service station like it was slightly overwhelming. It was a service station. It had a Greggs and a W.H. Smith and a Costa coffee and nothing Barry would have described as remarkable. But Harry was looking at the lit-up food counter with an expression of focused, serious concentration. "Anything?" Harry asked, which was clearly a calibration question. "What is the scope of the offer here, what are the constraints?" "Anything," Barry confirmed. Harry got a sausage roll, a chocolate muffin, a pack of cheese and onion crisps, and, when Barry insisted he needed something that contained a vegetable, a small pot of cucumber slices that he ate with the same focused efficiency as everything else, as if eating were a task that required completion before someone noticed and took the food away. Clark got coffee. Barry got 3 sandwiches and ate them standing up in the car park in about 40 seconds while Clark watched with the resigned expression of someone who'd long stopped being surprised by this. Harry watched Barry eat and then looked at Clark. "Does he always eat that fast?" "Yes," Clark said. "I didn't see him chewing." "He was chewing. It just happened very quickly." "Oh." Harry looked at his own muffin. "I'm not very fast," he said. "Give it time," Barry said, and then looked at Clark with a slightly alarmed expression, as if he'd said something he wasn't sure was a promise he should be making. Clark just looked back at him with the calm expression of someone who knew exactly what it was. They got back in the car. Harry ate his muffin with a precision that suggested he'd never been allowed to eat a whole muffin before without interruption, taking small deliberate bites, making it last. Then he put the wrapper very carefully in the bag Barry had given him, which was not the behavior of a child who'd been taught to litter but was also more careful than it needed to be, the behavior of someone who'd been criticized for mess often enough that even rubbish required management. "Harry," Clark said, not turning around, just talking to the road ahead. "Do you know anything about your parents?" Barry glanced at him. Clark's voice was careful and even and warm. Harry was quiet for a moment. "They died," he said. In a car crash. Uncle Vernon said they were drunk. He said it with no particular effect. Aunt Petunia says I've got my mum's eyes. You do, Clark said. Harry looked up sharply. Did you know her? No, Clark said honestly. But I can tell. Your eyes are very distinctive. He paused. Your parents weren't drunk, Harry. They were good people. Another silence. Barry watched the road and let Clark do this, because Clark was better at the steady, anchored conversations, the ones that needed weight and groundedness rather than speed. How do you know? Harry asked. Because you're here, Clark said simply. It wasn't a complete answer. It wasn't meant to be. Harry was 5, and the full truth about Voldemort and prophecies and sacrificial magic was a conversation for years down the road. But it was a true thing, and Harry seemed to hear that in it, because he leaned back against the car seat and looked at the ceiling and said nothing else for a while. When they were on the motorway and the lights were few and the road was dark and stretching ahead of them, Harry said, "Are you going to take me back?" "No," Barry said. "To anyone?" Barry looked in the rearview mirror. Harry's face was doing the careful thing again, the managed thing, holding something back with great effort and very little expectation. "No," Barry said. "We're not taking you back to anyone. Am I going to live with you?" Barry and Clark looked at each other across the front seat of the car. "Yeah," Barry said. "If that's okay with you." Harry thought about this for an extremely long moment. The motorway lights rolled over the car in long orange sweeps. "Do you have a cupboard?" Harry asked. "I have 2 bedrooms," Barry said. "You'll have one of them." "A whole room?" "A whole room." Harry processed this. "Okay," he said. "That's okay with me." He fell asleep again 6 minutes later, the blanket pulled up to his chin, the toy soldier held loosely in one hand, and this time when he slept there was no braced expression, no managing. He just slept, small and alive and tucked away in the back seat of Clark Kent's car, somewhere on a motorway between who he had been and who he was going to become, while the Speed Force did something quiet and permanent in the architecture of his soul that none of them had words for yet. Barry drove the last hour. Clark dozed with the particular light-resting quality of someone whose body didn't really need sleep but whose mind appreciated the pause. The radio played low. The road was empty. At 1:30 in the morning, Barry Allen pulled into the car park of his apartment building in Central City with a 5-year-old wizard in the back seat and an understanding that his life had just reorganized itself around a new center of gravity, and he wasn't fighting it. He'd never been good at fighting gravity anyway. He got out, opened the back door, and Harry woke up again at the sound, and blinked at the car park. "We're here," Barry said. "This is home." Harry looked at the apartment building. It was not remarkable. It was a perfectly ordinary mid-rise in Central City with a broken light over the entrance and a bike chained to the railing that had clearly been there since the previous winter. But Harry looked at it the way he'd looked at the service station, the way he looked at everything, as though calibrating the size of a world that kept being larger than he'd been told. "Okay," Harry said. Barry picked him up, just lifted him, because the kid was 5 and small for 5 and it was after midnight and there was no reason not to, and Harry went still for a fraction of a second, very still, the way a small animal goes still when it doesn't know if being held is safe. And then something let go, and he leaned his head against Barry's shoulder with the totality of trust that children extend when they finally decide to extend it, which is entirely, without reservation, all at once. Barry carried him inside. Clark held the door. The Speed Force hummed. Chapter 2, Growing up at Mach speed. The first morning, Harry woke up and didn't know where he was. He lay very still in the unfamiliar bed, a real bed, wide and soft, with a blue duvet that smelled like laundry detergent rather than damp, and stared at the ceiling and ran through the facts available to him. Ceiling too high for the cupboard. No shelf above his knees. No sound of Vernon's alarm clock bleeding through the wall followed by the specific heavy footsteps that meant get small and quiet. Light coming through curtains, real curtains, blue ones that matched the duvet, which meant someone had thought about this room before he arrived. The toy soldier was in his hand. He remembered. He sat up carefully, put his feet on the floor, and went to find Barry. Barry was in the kitchen, which looked like a tornado had passed through a grocery store and lost. There were 4 cereal boxes on the counter, 2 of them open. There was a coffee machine that appeared to be running autonomously. There were breakfast bars stacked on top of the fridge in a pile that suggested bulk purchasing, and Barry was standing in front of the open refrigerator in yesterday's clothes with a piece of cold pizza in one hand and his phone in the other, reading something with the focused intensity of a man who'd been awake for some time. He looked up when Harry appeared in the doorway. "Hey," he said. "You want breakfast?" Harry looked at the cereal boxes. "Can I have any of them?" "All 4 if you want." Harry chose 2 and ate them at the kitchen table while Barry drank coffee and made phone calls, fast, clipped ones, the kind that solved things quickly. Harry gathered from listening that something was being arranged, that someone named Cisco was involved, that a second bedroom was a priority, and that Clark was apparently already sourcing children's clothing from somewhere because Clark was like that. By noon, a second bedroom existed in the apartment in the form of what had previously been Barry's rather chaotic storage room, which Cisco Ramon, who arrived at 10 with tools, inexhaustible energy, and an immediate, instinctive delight in Harry, transformed with terrifying speed. New bed. Shelves. A rug that was dark blue with small yellow lightning bolts on it, which Barry had clearly chosen without thinking about it and which Harry, when he saw it, pointed to and said, "Like you," which made Barry look at the rug, then at Harry, then at the rug again. "I can get a different one," Barry said. "I like it," Harry said, and that was that. Cisco sat cross-legged on the floor putting together flat-pack shelving with the casual expertise of a man who built supersuits for a living, and Harry sat opposite him and handed him screws with complete seriousness, and they had a conversation about the structural merits of Allen keys that lasted 20 minutes and impressed Cisco enormously. "This kid," Cisco said to Barry while Harry was briefly in the bathroom. "I know," Barry said. "How did he learn about lateral load distribution in shelving?" "He probably read something." "He's 5. "He's very 5, Barry agreed. Clark arrived in the early afternoon with 3 bags of children's clothing, all in Harry's approximate size, which he determined with the same calm precision he applied to everything. He also had 3 picture books, a box of coloring pencils, and a small backpack shaped like a turtle that had caught his eye and that he presented to Harry without ceremony. Harry looked at it. He looked at Clark. He put it on and wore it for the rest of the day despite it being indoors. That evening the 3 of them ate pizza, real pizza, delivered, in boxes, and Harry ate 2 slices of margarita and 1 slice of pepperoni and examined the 3rd slice with scientific interest before eating that too, and Barry ate approximately half a pizza in the time it took Harry to finish his first slice, and Clark ate neatly and steadily and consistently the way Clark did everything. Harry watched Barry eat. Then he said, "You told me you'd explain things." Barry put his pizza down. He looked at Clark. Clark looked back at him with the expression of a man who thought this was Barry's responsibility but would back him up. "Yeah," Barry said. "What do you want to know first?" Harry thought about it. "Everything," he said. "But start with the fast thing." So Barry told him. Not everything at once, Barry was reckless about a lot of things but not about this, but enough. The lightning. The coma. The speed force. The running. What it meant to exist at the intersection of physics and something that didn't answer to physics. He kept it simple because Harry was 5, but he didn't talk down to him because Harry's eyes were doing the thing where they went sharp and still when information was being processed, and Barry had already learned that talking down to Harry produced a polite but distinct freezing out. "Is that what happened to me?" Harry asked. "In the cupboard. When the gold light came." "Sort of," Barry said. "Something in me connected with something in you. But there's also something else in you, Harry. Something different from the speed force." He paused. "Things happen when you feel things. Right? Things move, or lights flicker, or, I made Vernon's tea go cold once, Harry said. When he was cross at me. I wasn't doing it. He said the last part very carefully, clearly having repeated this to himself many times as a kind of preemptive defense. I know you weren't doing it on purpose, Barry said. That's called magic. Harry looked at him for a very long time. That's real? Harry said. Very, Clark said. You come from a family of wizards, Harry. Your mother was extraordinary. Your father too. They weren't drunk, Harry said. This was not a question. This was filing of the corrected record, precise and deliberate. No, Clark said. They were never drunk. Harry picked up his pizza and took a bite and chewed and thought. Then he said, so I've got two things. Yes, Barry said. The fast thing and the magic thing. Right. And they're both mine. Both yours, Clark said. Absolutely. Harry nodded. Then he said, can I go fast? Like you? Barry looked at Clark. Clark looked at Barry. This was not the compressed 2-second conversation. This was a longer look, with more geography. Not yet, Barry said. You're 5. When? We'll see, Barry said, and meant it as a genuine timeline rather than the dismissive parental deflection Harry had clearly heard before, because he accepted it. Can I learn the magic? When it's ready for you, Clark said. Things like that tend to move on their own schedule. Harry seemed to accept this too. He finished his pizza. He helped carry the boxes to the bin without being asked, which made Barry's chest do the same thing it had done in the cupboard, that unnameable thing that was slowly acquiring a name. That night, for the first time, Barry tucked someone into a bed that wasn't his own. He did it badly, he'd never done it before, and the duvet wasn't quite right and he couldn't remember if you were supposed to leave a light on or not, so he asked, and Harry said he'd like a light on please, so Barry rigged up the small lamp on the shelf and left it on its lowest setting, and he stood in the doorway of the room for a moment looking at Harry Potter lying in a real bed in a room that was his. Barry, Harry said. Yeah. Thank you for coming. A pause. I used to think someone would come. Barry leaned against the doorframe. You were right, he said. I wasn't sure, Harry said. You were right, Barry said again, firmer. Good night, Harry. Good night, Harry said. Barry pulled the door mostly closed and stood in the hallway for a moment and stared at the wall, and did not do anything embarrassing, and then went and called Clark and spoke to him for 40 minutes at normal human speed, which was the conversation equivalent of them both sitting down and breathing. The weeks that followed were a series of firsts. First trip to a real grocery store, where Harry stood in the cereal aisle for 4 full minutes because the number of options required systematic evaluation. First proper meal that Harry ate without watching the door. First time Harry laughed, at Barry, who had miscalculated a speed entry into the kitchen and taken out the entire fruit bowl, which had become airborne and distributed itself across 3 rooms, a real laugh, loud and surprised, like it had escaped before he could manage it. First time Harry made something happen on purpose. That was 6 weeks in. Barry had been running laps of the park at reduced speed while Harry rode a second-hand bicycle with training wheels, and Harry had wobbled badly coming off a curb and gone down, and Barry had been there before he hit the ground, obviously, but the bike had kept going and hit a litter bin, and in the moment it hit, in the precise moment of the clang of metal, every bird in the trees surrounding the park lifted simultaneously into the air as if launched. 100 birds. Maybe more. A cloud of them, wheeling up into the grey morning sky in perfect unison. Harry picked himself up, scraped but fine, and watched the birds. I did that, he said. Not a question. You did that, Barry confirmed. Harry tracked the birds until they were out of sight, turning with them, his face tilted up. Something about his expression, the openness of it, the lack of apology, made Barry feel like the thing happening in his chest had finally acquired its name. Pride. Enormous, overwhelming, entirely fatherly pride. He helped Harry get back on the bike and said nothing else about it. Clark came to Central City most weekends, which became the structure around which Harry's week was organized in the way children organize time around anticipated things. On Friday evenings he'd get quieter in a good way, the way a room gets quieter just before music starts, and by Saturday morning he'd be up before Barry, which was not usually possible for ordinary humans, and sitting on the kitchen counter eating cereal and watching the door. Clark always brought something. Not always bought things, often it was a newspaper article about something interesting, or a photograph he'd taken somewhere remarkable, or a stone from somewhere with a geological story attached. Once he brought a small cactus that he said came from the Sonoran Desert, which Harry put on his windowsill and watered with the fierce protective dedication of someone given custody of something living for the first time. The cactus thrived. Harry watched it with satisfaction every morning. Barry suspected the cactus was getting a small ambient charge of something that was accelerating its growth, because by Harry's 6th birthday it was substantially larger than it should have been, but Barry kept this observation to himself. Harry's 6th birthday was the first birthday party anyone had ever thrown him. Barry went somewhat overboard. Clark managed Barry's somewhat overboard tendency and brought it to a reasonable scale. Cisco came with Caitlin Snow, who brought a cake that was genuinely excellent and who treated Harry with the same straightforward respect she brought to everything, which Harry visibly appreciated. Joe West came, because Joe was Barry's family in all the ways that mattered, and Joe sat next to Harry at the small table and asked him serious questions about his interests with the focused attention of a man who'd spent 20 years listening to people carefully. Harry talked to Joe for 40 minutes about dinosaurs, which was his current consuming interest, and Joe listened to all of it and asked good follow-up questions, and after the party he told Barry, "That kid is going to be something else," and Barry said, "I know," and Joe said, "No, I mean it. Look at him," and they both looked at Harry, who was explaining to Cisco why the Cretaceous extinction event was actually a story of survival as much as loss, and Cisco was taking notes on his phone. "I know," Barry said again, but differently. The magic declared itself properly when Harry was 7. They'd had some warning. In the 18 months since Privet Drive, things had happened with a low-level regularity that everyone in Harry's orbit had calibrated themselves around. Lights brightened when he was happy. The television changed channel when he was bored. Once, when a larger boy at the park had shoved Harry off the swings, the boy's shoelaces had tied themselves together, which Barry had witnessed from a bench and had struggled enormously not to laugh at. But what happened when Harry was 7 was different. Barry had been called out mid-dinner, metahuman situation, 15 minutes, he'd said, back before the pasta gets cold, and Harry had stayed at home, because Harry stayed home during call-outs until further notice, those were the rules. Except Barry's 15 minutes became 40, because the metahuman situation had been a metahuman situation's plural situation, and when he got back the apartment was dark. Not ordinary dark. The lights were on, but the room was dark the way a room is dark when the light exists but is being redirected somehow, bent around a central point. In the middle of the kitchen floor, Harry was sitting cross-legged, and around him in a ring were every small object from the kitchen counter, the fruit bowl, the cereal boxes, 2 mugs, a spatula, a small potted herb plant, all of them rotating slowly in the air at about the height of Harry's shoulders. Harry was looking at his hands. His green eyes were gold-lit, the way they sometimes went when something was happening that he hadn't quite called up and hadn't quite released. Every revolution of the floating objects left a faint trail that wasn't quite light and wasn't quite heat but was the visual equivalent of the Speed Force's lightning. He looked up when Barry came in. "I was bored," Harry said. Barry looked at the rotating kitchen objects. The mugs were going at slightly different speeds. The herb plant was keeping perfect pace with the spatula. The cereal boxes were leaning inward like they were interested in each other. "Are you doing that on purpose?" Barry asked. Harry thought about it. "Mostly," he said. "Can you put them down?" Harry held out his hands and the objects descended, neatly and without drama, and replaced themselves approximately where they'd been, which was tidier than Barry had left them. Barry sat down on the kitchen floor opposite Harry, which was not something he'd planned to do tonight but which the moment clearly required. How long has it been like this? Barry asked. Like that, I mean. More than flickers. Harry picked at the rug. Couple of weeks, he said. It got bigger after you were late coming home. He looked up. I wasn't scared, he added, with the particular emphasis of someone managing their own narrative. I was just bored. Sure, Barry said. I was, Harry said. I believe you. He did, mostly. But he also thought about what it was like to be 7 and to have had the specific early childhood Harry had had, and he thought about what bored might have things underneath it that 7-year-olds didn't always have the vocabulary for. He filed it gently. Harry. We should probably start teaching you how to control it. The magic? The magic. The Speed Force stuff is all ready, you've got a handle on that, it's just there. But the magic needs training, Harry said. He said it like he'd been waiting for this sentence. Like he'd been conducting the conversation in his head in advance and had reached this point before. Yeah, Barry said. When do we start? Soon, Barry said. I need to find the right person to. I want you to teach me, Harry said. Barry opened his mouth. I know you don't know magic, Harry said, preempting him. I know it's different. But I want you there. You can find someone who knows the magic and you can both. He stopped. I want you there, he said again, quieter. Barry looked at him. This kid, sitting on the kitchen floor having just levitated every object in the room out of boredom, asking to not be sent somewhere alone to learn the thing that made him different, because he'd been sent alone his whole life before this and it was only not alone that was new and worth protecting. Yeah, Barry said. Okay. I'll find someone. We'll both go. Harry nodded. He reached over and picked up the spatula, which had landed slightly off-center on the counter, and moved it a centimeter to where it belonged. Your pasta's cold, he said. I'll eat it cold, Barry said. I could heat it up, Harry offered, with a tiny gleam. Barry looked at him. With what, exactly? Harry shrugged and the microwave turned on by itself. Barry stared at the microwave, then at Harry, then at the microwave. Okay, he said. That's genuinely impressive. I know, Harry said. The person Barry found was a woman named Sarah Okafor, who had a quiet academic practice in Central City and who had been, in a previous chapter of her life, a member of a small community in Nigeria that understood magic not as fiction but as inheritance. She was not a Hogwarts witch, her magic was different in tradition and expression, but she understood the principles, the dangers, the necessity of early grounding, and she had dealt with children whose magic was attached to strong emotions. She'd never dealt with a child whose magic was also threaded through with Speed Force energy, but then, no one had. She met Harry for the first time on a Thursday afternoon, assessed him for approximately 20 minutes through a series of interactions that looked to Harry like normal conversation but weren't, and then looked at Barry over Harry's head and said, very calmly, this child is extraordinary. I know, Barry said. No, she said. I mean that clinically. I have never encountered a magical signature that looks like this. It's as though someone doubled the circuitry and ran two different systems of power through the same hardware simultaneously, and the hardware has adapted to run both. She considered Harry, who was examining a small carved wooden figure on her desk with complete focus. They're not fighting each other, she said, like this surprised her. They've integrated. Is that good? Barry asked. It should be impossible, she said. So I have no framework for whether it's good. But he appears to be fine, so. She watched Harry replace the figure exactly where it had been. He's going to be remarkable. I know, Barry said, for the third time, with a different quality each time. They worked with Dr. Okafor once a week for 2 years. She taught Harry to ground his magic, to feel where it was rooted, to understand that emotion and intention were both relevant but not the same thing, to choose rather than simply react. She was patient and direct in equal measure, and Harry respected directness above almost everything. The speed-force element she could only observe. But she noted that the two systems seemed to amplify each other in specific conditions. When Harry was moving, his magic became more precise. When he was doing magic, his perception of movement sharpened. They were building on each other. Barry watched this and thought about it, and on a Saturday when Harry was 8 he took him to the open space behind the Star Labs building at dawn, when no one was around, and said, "Do you want to try running with me?" Harry looked at him. His green eyes were steady and serious. "For real?" "For real," Barry said. "Not fast. Just, run alongside me. Let the Force find you." "It already found me," Harry said. "In the cupboard." "Then let it in," Barry said. "Properly. If you're ready." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong," Barry said. "But if it does, I'll be right next to you," Barry said. "I'm always going to be right next to you." Harry rolled his shoulders, and looked at the long empty ground ahead of them, and nodded. They ran. Barry ran at barely 10 miles an hour. For him, this was essentially standing still, but even at 10 miles an hour the speed force moved with him, that living electrical presence that was less energy than intention, and Harry was running beside him, small trainered feet on wet grass, and the force noticed Harry the way it had in the cupboard, the way it had been doing quietly for 3 years, and this time Harry didn't flinch from it. He opened toward it. The lightning came. Not dramatic, not destructive, it came the way dawn comes, gradually and then suddenly, gold-white at the edges of Harry's running form, threading up from his feet, and Harry gasped, not in fear but with the total body surprise of something long anticipated finally landing, and then he was running faster, keeping pace with Barry, then moving ahead of him, then, and this was the moment Barry's heart did something violent in his chest, a burst of real speed, actual speed force speed, Harry at 8 years old running in a straight line at what Barry's built-in gauge estimated was 40 miles an hour, and the lightning was him, running in it and made of it simultaneously, and he skidded to a stop 20 meters ahead of Barry and turned around. His hair was standing up from static. His eyes were solid gold. He was breathing hard and he was grinning, a proper, unmanaged, enormous grin, the kind of grin that Barry had been watching build since the service station outside Oxford, piece by piece, the architecture of a boy who was learning that joy was safe. "Barry," Harry said. "Yeah," Barry said, because he didn't trust much else. "I felt it," Harry said. "I felt it the whole time. It's like," he reached for words. "You know when you've been somewhere cold for a really long time and then you come inside and the warmth is everywhere, not just on the outside?" "Yeah," Barry said. "It's like that," Harry said. "Except it's always going." Barry walked over to him and put a hand on his head, briefly, which was as demonstrative as Barry got in the open air at 6 in the morning. "Good," he said. "Can we go faster next time?" Harry asked. "Much faster," Barry said. Harry looked at the ground where he'd run and the faint scorch marks of speed force lightning were in the grass, and he crouched and put his hand over one of them, not touching, just close, and the mark glowed briefly gold and faded. "Clark's going to lose his mind," Harry said. "Clark's going to lose his mind," Barry agreed. Clark did not lose his mind, because Clark had a great deal of mind and it was well organized, but he went very still when he saw Harry run for the first time, and then he smiled, the big one, the real Clark smile that he didn't use for press conferences or public relations, the one that only came out around Lois and Barry and the people who were actually family, and he said, "Look at you." "I know, right," Harry said, entirely without modesty, because Barry had worked hard to teach him that there was no virtue in pretending not to be good at something you'd worked for. Clark had been working on something else with Harry during weekends. Not speed. Strength, which Harry didn't have in the Clark sense, but also not vulnerability in the way ordinary children were vulnerable. Clark taught him to be physically capable, to understand his body, to know how to fall without breaking, to understand leverage and positioning and the difference between power and force. He taught him to be brave not as the absence of fear but as the continuation of action despite it, which was a lesson Clark himself had learned early. He also taught him, without ever naming it as such, how to be a person. Not a weapon. Not a symbol. Not the boy who lived, which was a designation none of them had mentioned yet because Harry was not ready for that particular piece of the world and the world could wait. Clark taught him by being Clark, by fixing things that were broken, by helping people who needed helping, by telling the truth even when the truth was inconvenient, by showing up. Harry watched Clark with the attention he gave to everything he wanted to understand, and slowly, incrementally, without it being a lesson or a program, he became something. Himself, mostly. But a version of himself that had been shown what good looked like and had decided that was interesting. At 9 he read everything. He was on adult fiction by 9.5 and had moved into history and science by 10, with a particular interest in physics that Barry encouraged because of course he did. He and Cisco had a standing Wednesday evening arrangement during which they discussed engineering problems and Cisco tested Harry's reasoning, and Harry had twice corrected Cisco's math, and Cisco had twice responded with the specific delight of a man who finds being wrong by a superior mind genuinely flattering. At 9.5 Harry ran his first real speed trial with Barry. They went to an empty industrial stretch outside the city at 4 a.m, Harry in the modified suit Dr. Okafor had helped adapt, which Cisco had made, which Harry had insisted be blue rather than red because he was his own person, and Barry said, "Go," and Harry went. Mach 1. He hit Mach 1 on his first real run, which made Barry go and sit on the ground for a moment because the math was staggering. Barry himself hadn't approached that kind of speed in his first year of running. Harry had been running for 18 months with training. The magic, Dr. Okafor said, when Barry reported this. It's not separate. It's not an addition. It's a multiplier. By 10, Harry was faster than any Speed Force user Barry had records of at the same stage of development. The magic and the force were doing something that had no precedent, they were feeding each other in loops, each intensifying the other, building towards something Barry could only see the beginning of. He was, by any reasonable measure, the most powerful 10-year-old on the planet. He did not care about this particular designation. He cared about getting faster. He cared about the magic, which was developing in directions that surprised Dr. Okafor regularly and that Harry treated as naturally and practically as breathing. He cared about the cactus on his windowsill, which was now impressively large. He cared about Cisco and Caitlin and Joe and Lois, who was Clark's person and who treated Harry with the frank affection of someone who had decided without ceremony that he was family. He cared about Barry and Clark in the way that was too large and too structural to be articulated as caring, the way you care about the ground you stand on. He did not particularly care about keeping any of it quiet. The first time he used the speed publicly was at 11, 3 months before his Hogwarts letter arrived, when a driver ran a red light on 5th Street and hit a cyclist, and Harry was there, in ordinary clothes, no suit, and pulled the cyclist out of the path of the car with a Speed Force burst that left lightning on the pavement and scattered the small crowd of onlookers into dropped jaws and phones going up for video. He checked the cyclist, fine, shaken, a broken wrist, and then straightened up and looked at the driver and said, "Put your hazards on and stay in the car. The police are 2 minutes out." He was not unkind. He was not performing anything. He just said it the way you'd say it if you meant it and knew it was true. Then he walked away at normal speed, because the suit was at home and there was no point running, and called Barry on the way. "I did a thing," he said. "What kind of thing?" Barry said. "Car hit a cyclist on 5th. Cyclist is fine. Lightning on the pavement. Someone got it on a phone." Brief pause. "We'll deal with it," Barry said. "I wasn't going to not do it," Harry said. "I know," Barry said. "I wouldn't have wanted you to." The video circulated locally for about 2 days, mini speedster. Kid with lightning? What is happening in Central City, before getting buried under a flash sighting uptown? Barry did not arrange the flash sighting for this purpose. It was a coincidence. But it was a very convenient coincidence and Barry noted it with the quiet satisfaction of a man whose luck sometimes ran well. The letter came on a Tuesday in July, the year Harry turned 11. It came by owl. Of course it came by owl. The owl flew directly through the open kitchen window at 7:45 in the morning and landed on the kitchen table and sat there with the specific aristocratic patience of a creature that knew it was remarkable and had decided not to make a fuss about it. Harry was eating toast. He looked at the owl. The owl looked at him. The owl had a letter attached to its leg. Harry took the letter. The owl accepted a piece of toast with the dignity of someone accepting a reasonable settlement. Harry turned the envelope over and looked at the wax seal. "Barry," he called. Barry appeared from the hallway with his tie half knotted. He looked at Harry. He looked at the owl. He looked at the letter. "Oh," he said. "Yeah," Harry said. He opened it and read it, and when he looked up his eyes were very bright and not entirely green, that gold lit again, warm in the morning light. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," he said. "Right," Barry said. "We're going to need to tell Clark," Harry said. "We're going to need to tell Clark," Barry agreed. The owl finished its toast and left through the window in a single dignified motion. Harry put the letter down on the table and looked at it for a moment, then picked it back up and looked at it again with the expression of someone who had been waiting for a specific piece of information for a long time and was now recalibrating accordingly. "I'm ready," Harry said. Barry looked at him, this boy, this impossible, extraordinary, unafraid boy, 10 going on 11, crackling faintly with lightning. He kept casual, magic moving in him like breathing, and said, "I know you are." "Are you ready?" Harry asked. Barry thought about it. "Probably not," he said honestly. "But I'll get there by the time we need to leave." Harry smiled, that full smile, the real one, the one that had been building since he was 5 years old in a car park in Central City, and said, "I'll help you pack." "You're 11, Barry said. 10, Harry corrected. "For 3 more months." "You're 10, Barry said. "I'm the most powerful 10-year-old on the planet," Harry said, with complete equanimity. "That's an extremely concerning thing to say." "But true," Harry said. "But true," Barry agreed. Outside the kitchen window, Central City went about its morning, and somewhere in Scotland a castle adjusted its ancient magic around the fact that the most extraordinary name on its enrollment list had finally opened the letter it had been waiting a decade to send, and the castle, being very old and somewhat sentient, felt the change in the way old things feel changes, as a shift in temperature, a new note in a familiar chord. It did not know what was coming. Nothing did. Chapter 3, The Letter and the World That Waited. Clark arrived on Wednesday. He didn't call ahead, which meant Barry had called him, which Harry deduced from the fact that Barry spent Tuesday evening doing the particular kind of casual housework that meant he was nervous, reorganizing shelves that didn't need reorganizing, running at low speed between rooms for no clear purpose, eating an entire bag of pretzels in 11 minutes. Harry watched this from the sofa with a book on advanced transfiguration theory that Dr. Okafor had sourced for him, and said nothing, because Barry needed to do his nervous housework in peace. Clark knocked on the door at 8 in the morning because Clark always knocked, even though Harry suspected he could hear perfectly well from the street whether anyone was home or not. Harry opened the door before Barry got there. Clark looked at him. Clark was in weekend clothes, dark jeans, gray shirt, the reading glasses he didn't actually need but wore because they helped with the Clark Kent presentation, and he had the expression he got when he was trying to keep something off his face and mostly succeeding. He held up a brown paper bag. "Bagels," he said. "Come in," Harry said, and stood aside. They sat at the kitchen table, the 3 of them, and ate bagels, and the letter sat in the middle of the table like a small, significant object that everyone was deliberately not looking at first. Barry had put it there, Harry realized. Arranged it so they'd all have to acknowledge it together, which was the Barry Allen approach to important things, make it a group event, make it warm, take the weight off any single person. Clark picked it up first. He read it in the way he read things when he was genuinely absorbing rather than just processing, slowly, going back on certain lines. Then he put it down and looked at Harry. "Well," Clark said. "Well," Harry said. "You knew this was coming," Clark said. Since I was about 7, Harry said. Dr. Okafor mentioned Hogwarts. Then I read about it. He picked at his bagel. It's the best school in Britain for what I am. For half of what you are, Barry said. Harry acknowledged this with a tilt of his head. Right. Clark was looking at the letter again, not reading it now, just looking at it. Scotland, he said. September 1st, Harry said. There's a train from King's Cross. A train, Barry said, like trains were a deeply suspicious technology. You're not allowed to run there, Harry said. Or fly. There are rules about non-magical transportation near Hogwarts. Says who? Barry said. Says the letter, Harry said. Also I read the statute. There's a statute. There are several. I've read them all. Harry finished his bagel. There's a whole world, Barry. With laws and a government and shops and a school system. It's been running parallel to everything else for centuries. He paused. They don't know about metahumans. Or about the Flash. Or about anything happening in Central City. The two worlds just, he looked for the word. Missed each other. Until now, Clark said. Until now, Harry agreed. Barry was quiet, which meant Barry was doing the thing where a lot of thoughts were happening at high speed and he was selecting which ones to share. You want to go, Barry said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Harry said. To Scotland. For 10 months. With breaks, Harry said. Christmas. Easter. Summer. I'm not going away. He looked at Barry with the direct, uncomplicated steadiness he'd developed as a conversational tool that was better than most people's arguments. I'm going to school. And then I'm coming home. Barry did a thing with his jaw that meant he was working on his reaction before it came out of his mouth. Clark watched this with the calm patience of a man who had seen it before. What do you need? Clark asked Harry. Harry had a list. He always had a list. He pulled it from the pocket of his jeans, an actual handwritten list on folded paper, because Harry maintained a peculiar dual commitment to digital efficiency and old-fashioned note-taking, and smoothed it on the table. Wand, he said. Books. Robes, though I'll modify them. Potion supplies. An owl, you can have one, it says so in the letter. He looked up. I want to go to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley, Barry repeated. The magical shopping district in London. You enter through the leaky cauldron. He registered Barry's expression. It's a pub. Obviously, Barry said. It's how it works, Harry said. He folded the list back. I want you both to come. You should see it. He looked at them steadily. You should see what I am. Neither of them said anything for a moment. Outside the kitchen window, Central City was waking up. A siren somewhere distant. A bus. The ordinary music of a city that Barry had called home long enough that its sounds were cellular. When? Clark said. This weekend? Harry said. We could fly to London Friday night, be in Diagon Alley Saturday morning. I'll clear my schedule, Clark said, which for Clark meant calling his editor at the Daily Planet, which he did immediately, walking into the hall with his phone. Barry was looking at Harry. Harry looked back. You're really not worried, Barry said. About what? About any of it. Going. Being there. Being, Barry gestured, a generalized gesture that meant being you, being what you are, being the most powerful child in a room that doesn't know what you are yet. Harry thought about this genuinely, not dismissing it. I'm curious, he said. That's mostly what I am. I want to know what it's like. He paused. I'm not afraid of it. I know, Barry said. I just wanted to hear you say it. Harry smiled, brief and warm. I'm not afraid of it, he said again, for Barry. Barry nodded once, and stood up and collected the bagel wrappers, and that was the end of the discussion. They landed outside London on Friday evening in the way you land when 2 of your 3 travelling party can fly under their own power, discreetly, in a park, in the dark, having arranged accommodation in Charing Cross in advance. Clark had booked a hotel room through Lois, who had booked it through an assistant, which maintained the paper trail distance from Superman that Lois maintained with the particular skill of someone who'd been navigating this split identity for a decade. The hotel was fine. Harry got his own room for the first time in a travel context, which he marked with the same quiet pleasure he marked all firsts, a brief pause, a taking stock, and then complete forward motion. He was up at 6 the next morning, showered and dressed before Barry was conscious, because Barry could run at the speed of light but remained constitutionally incapable of being a morning person. Harry made coffee in the small hotel kettle and left a cup outside Barry's door and was sitting in the small lobby reading when Barry appeared 15 minutes later, still getting his jacket on, hair not entirely settled, with the look of a man who had tried to be awake for 5 minutes and was maybe at 3. "You made coffee," Barry said. "Hotel kettle. It's bad coffee. I don't care about the quality." Barry took the cup from Harry's hand, because Harry was holding it out. "You're ready." "I've been ready." "What time did you wake up?" 5:45. Barry looked at him over the rim of the cup. "You didn't run." "I walked around the block 3 times. Harry stood up. "Is Clark meeting us here?" Clark was already outside. Clark was always already where he needed to be, which was less about punctuality and more about the fact that Clark could move at speeds comparable to Barry's when he chose and had almost no logistical obstacles to overcome. They walked to the Leaky Cauldron together through the Saturday morning streets, Harry with his list in his pocket, Barry with his hands in his jacket, Clark reading the city the way Clark always read places, in a full-spectrum sweep that took in everything from structural integrity to blood pressure of passers-by. He did it automatically, the background hum of being Superman, always assessing, never quite fully off. The Leaky Cauldron was on Charing Cross Road and was exactly as visually unimpressive as advertised, a small, dark pub that non-magical eyes apparently slid straight off of without processing. Barry squinted at it for a moment when Harry pointed it out. Yes, Harry said. "It looks like it's trying not to be looked at," Barry said. "Perceptual charm," Harry said. "It makes your eyes want to look elsewhere." He walked toward it. "It doesn't work on me." "Or me," Clark said mildly. "Probably not," Barry agreed. They went in. The interior was dim and smelled of wood smoke and something herbal and old. There were witches and wizards at scattered tables, some in full robes, some in the awkward middle ground of magical people attempting muggle clothing, a witch in a sundress and a pointed hat, a man in a business suit with a wand tucked behind his ear like a pen. The barman was old and bald and moved with the efficiency of someone who had seen everything and been surprised by none of it for at least 40 years. He looked up when they came in. His eyes went to Harry, and his expression did a rapid, visible adjustment, recognition, surprise, reverence, a visible attempt to suppress all 3, and then he said, "Mr. Potter," very quietly. Harry looked at him. "Hello," he said. "Welcome," the barman said. His voice had gone slightly unsteady. It's an honor to have you here, sir." "A real honor." "Tom, sir, I run the Leaky Cauldron, thank you," Harry said, with the warm but direct courtesy of someone who appreciated being greeted but wasn't here for the reverence. "We'd like to get to Diagon Alley, please." "How do we? Of course, of course." Tom came out from behind the bar, wringing his hands slightly, glancing at Barry and Clark with an expression that couldn't quite categorize them. "Right this way, sir." Barry leaned toward Clark as they followed. "Sir," he said very quietly. "He's 11, Clark murmured back. 10, Barry said. 3 more months. He was doing that, Clark said. He absolutely was. Tom led them to the courtyard at the back of the pub, small, bricked, with a large dustbin and a determined weed growing through the cobbles, and tapped a specific brick in the wall with a wand he produced from somewhere, a specific sequence, and the wall opened. Diagon Alley. Barry stopped walking. The alley stretched away ahead of them, cobblestone and narrow and alive, buildings leaning toward each other overhead like people sharing a secret, shop signs in every color advertising things that shouldn't have been advertisable, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Ollivander's wand shop, Flourish and Blots, a cauldron shop, an apothecary, Gringotts Bank at the far end gleaming white and imposing above everything else. Owls in cages. A cart selling something that smelled of caramel and sparked intermittently. Children pulling parents toward windows full of impossible things. Barry stood in the entrance and looked at it all and said, very quietly, "Okay." "I know," Harry said, with the quiet satisfaction of someone who'd been waiting to show someone something and got the reaction they'd anticipated. Clark was already scanning everything, not visibly, but Harry knew the tells. The slight tension around his eyes, the fractional tilt of his head. Processing. "There are charms on almost every surface," Clark said, almost to himself. "Layered. Some of them are very old. Thousands of years old, some of them," Harry said. "Ready?" "Lead the way," Barry said. Harry led. He'd studied the layout, of course. He knew where everything was, had mapped it in his head from reading, and he moved through the alley with a purposefulness that parted the foot traffic automatically, people stepping aside not because of magic but because Harry walked like someone who knew where they were going, which in a crowd is the most effective navigation tool available. They went to Gringotts first because it was most important and because Harry wanted to see it. The bank was everything the description had promised and then some. The goblins were their own education, small and sharp-featured and entirely indifferent to human social conventions, doing their work with a precision that Harry found genuinely impressive and that Barry kept looking at with the expression of someone recalibrating what small meant. They were escorted to Vault 687 by a goblin named Griphook who said approximately 6 words the entire journey and meant every one of them, and they traveled by cart at a speed that made Harry grin and Barry look almost nostalgic. The vault contained more gold than Harry had imagined. Stacked galleons and sickles and nuts, some in neat piles, some in drifts like metallic leaves, a leather satchel propped against the far wall with a note in faded handwriting that said James and Lily, and whatever comes after. Harry stood in the vault for a moment and looked at it. Barry stood slightly behind him and said nothing, which was the right call. Clark had stayed at surface level, because there was a 12-foot statue of a dragon guarding the entrance and Clark had found it aesthetically interesting and had started a conversation with the goblin at the desk about metallurgical techniques, which was genuinely Clark's idea of a good time. Harry took what he needed, not all of it, not even close, just enough, and they went back up. The wand shop was next, and Harry had saved it for specific reasons. Ollivander's was narrow and quiet in the way places that have been the same for a very long time are quiet, the quiet of deep water. The shelves went up further than made structural sense and were packed floor to ceiling with long thin boxes in patterns that looked random but probably weren't. The shop smelled of wood and something electrical. The old man appeared from between the shelves like he'd been waiting in the exact right shadow. "Harry Potter," Ollivander said. His voice was the same as everything else in the shop, soft, thin, very old, accustomed to being the most unusual thing in the room. He looked at Harry with his large, pale eyes, and then those eyes moved to Barry, and then to Clark, and something happened in his expression that was less surprise than recalibration. He had the look of a man whose model of the world had just been handed a new variable and was busy incorporating it. "Your father used mahogany," Ollivander said to Harry. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. He moved toward a shelf. "Your mother used willow. 10¼ inches. Swishy. Excellent for charms work." He turned with a box in hand. "And you," he stopped. He put the box back and stood very still, head tilted, looking at Harry with both eyes very open. "You're different," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "I can feel it," Ollivander said. He wasn't alarmed. He was fascinated, which Harry respected. "You have a magical core that isn't, there's something in it that isn't magic. Or isn't only magic? He came closer, not in a threatening way, in the way of a craftsman looking at unusual material. Remarkable. I've never felt anything quite like it. Will a wand work for me? Harry asked. Oh, the wand works for you or it doesn't, regardless of what you are, Ollivander said. The question is simply which one. May I? He took Harry's right hand and looked at it without touching, and then he went to the shelves and began pulling boxes, and the process began. It went longer than average. Not because Harry rejected wands, exactly, but because the first 12 he tried produced results that were technically correct but not quite. They sparked, they glowed, they sent a pleasant rush of warmth through Harry's palm, but each time Ollivander tilted his head and said, close, and put it aside. Barry was watching from the narrow space by the door. He'd been watching the shelves, and the boxes, and Ollivander, but he kept coming back to Harry, Harry standing very still in the center of the shop, trying wand after wand with the patient, focused seriousness of someone running diagnostics, his eyes doing the gold-lit thing at random intervals, the air around him carrying that specific electrical charge that Barry lived in all the time and recognized as home. On the 17th try, Ollivander brought a box that was slightly longer than the others and slightly lighter and set in a velvet lining that was a dark, deep blue rather than the usual red. Holly, Ollivander said. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. Supple. He paused. A most interesting core. This phoenix gave 2 feathers only. One lives in another wand, a wand that did great damage. He looked at Harry. I wonder. Harry took the wand. The effect was not subtle. The lightning came first, speed force gold white, crackling up from the wand along Harry's arm and spreading across his shoulders, not violent, not uncontrolled, just present, like something recognizing itself. And then the magic followed, a warm deep pulse that ran outward in a wave, rustling every wand box on every shelf in a slow ripple from the center of the room outward, like a stone dropped in still water. The boxes settled. The air settled. And then it was just Harry, standing in the middle of Ollivander's, with a wand in his hand and his eyes fully gold and a look on his face like something had finally come home. The lightning faded after a moment, pulling back into his skin, and his eyes returned to green. That's the one, Harry said. Yes, Ollivander said. He looked at Harry with an expression that wasn't quite readable, wonder and concern and something that might have been grief, very carefully set aside. I thought it might be. The twin wand, Harry said. The other phoenix feather. Who has it? Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. Someone who should not have survived as long as he has, he said. But evidently has. He met Harry's eyes. I expect you know who. Voldemort, Harry said. The name landed in the shop like a stone. Ollivander didn't flinch, Harry liked him for that. Yes, Ollivander said. I know about him, Harry said. I know what he did. What he tried to do. He turned the wand in his fingers, feeling the balance. I'm not afraid of the name. No, Ollivander said softly. I see that. He packaged the wand with the care of a jeweler boxing a rare stone. 7 galleons, Mr. Potter. Harry paid and took the box and turned to Barry and Clark. Barry's expression was complicated. Clark's was controlled. Voldemort, Barry said, outside the shop, quiet. He's been mentioned before, Harry said. Not by name, Barry said. Not like that. Harry stopped walking and turned to face both of them fully, which was a thing he did when he wanted to be seen rather than managed. He murdered my parents, Harry said. He tried to murder me when I was a year old and something in my mother's magic reflected his curse back at him and destroyed his body. He's been trying to come back ever since. He said all of this with a flat directness that was not coldness, there was heat underneath it, controlled heat, the kind that powers engines. He's the reason I was at Privet Drive. He's the reason the Dursleys. He's the reason everything before you came. Barry and Clark said nothing. I'm not telling you this to upset you, Harry said. I'm telling you because I'm going to Hogwarts, and he's connected to Hogwarts, and you should know that I know. He looked at them both steadily. I've known for years. I read everything I could find. He's real and he's dangerous and he's not done. He paused. But I'm not afraid of him. Harry, Barry started. I'm not afraid of him, Harry said again, and it wasn't bravado. It was information. That's not because I'm being reckless. It's because I've had 6 years of the best training anyone has ever had, and I have things in me that have never existed in the same body before, and I know what I'm doing. He looked at Barry specifically. I'm not the kid in the cupboard, Barry. I know you're not, Barry said. I know you know, Harry said. I'm just saying it out loud. He put the wand box under his arm. Now can we go to the bookshop? I have a list. Clark made a sound that might have been a laugh, very quietly contained. They went to the bookshop. Flourish and Blots was the kind of shop Harry could have spent an entire day in, and he would have, except Barry started getting the specific restless energy of someone whose body was resenting standing still, so Harry collected his textbooks efficiently and then spent 12 extra minutes in the charms section choosing supplementary reading that went significantly beyond first-year curriculum, which made the shop assistant look at him twice. Advanced reading, the assistant said, looking at the stack. I'm a fast reader, Harry said, and Barry, standing behind him, made no expression whatsoever. They got the robes at Madame Malkin's, 3 sets of plain black, which Harry looked at and accepted for the school requirement while already thinking about modifications, and the potion supplies at the apothecary, where Clark picked up a beetle eye sample and examined it with a scientific interest that made the shopkeeper nervous. The cauldron was standard pewter, size 2. Harry also picked up a brass scale that caught his eye, well made with an unusual balancing mechanism, and examined it long enough that the shopkeeper told him it had been in stock for 30 years and had never sold. Harry bought it. Why? Barry asked. Because it's better than the standard one, Harry said. Better balance means more accurate measurements. Potions is mostly chemistry. He put it in his bag. I read potions through the ages. Snape's work on ingredient interaction is genuinely brilliant, even if half the accounts of him as a teacher suggest he's a nightmare. You read the teacher's academic work before starting school, Barry said. I read all of them, Harry said. Snape's the most interesting. McGonagall's transformation papers are excellent. Flitwick competed in dueling at international level. He looked up. Did you know Dumbledore defeated a dark wizard called Grindelwald in 1945? The same year as World War II, Clark said. There were 2 wars happening simultaneously, Harry said. One visible, one not. And nobody knew. Clark was quiet for a moment in the way he got quiet when history was producing implications. We should probably have a longer conversation about that at some point, he said. At some point, Harry agreed. Not today. Today I need an owl. The magical menagerie had owls, cats, and various other creatures in states of occupancy that made Clark's eyes go briefly to the full-spectrum sweep. Harry walked the length of the owl section with his hands behind his back, examining, in no hurry, in the way he made decisions, completely. He stopped in front of a large snowy owl at the far end, sitting on a high perch, regarding the shop with the air of aristocracy temporarily inconvenienced by circumstance. The owl looked at Harry. Harry looked at the owl. Hello, Harry said. The owl clicked her beak. Harry said to the shopkeeper. Yes, the shopkeeper said. What's her name? She hasn't been given one. She's particular about, the shopkeeper stopped, because the owl had stepped delicately from her perch onto Harry's offered arm and was sitting there with the bearing of someone who had made a decision and considered it resolved. Oh, the shopkeeper said. I'll call her Hedwig, Harry said. He turned to show Barry and Clark. Hedwig. She's beautiful, Clark said. Hedwig looked at Clark with a measured approval that seemed to indicate she found this acceptable. She cost 12 galleons, Harry told Barry. She can cost whatever she costs, Barry said immediately. Hedwig held Barry's gaze for a long moment and then looked away, which in owl terms appeared to mean satisfactory, and Harry smiled and let her settle on his shoulder and paid for her cage, which Hedwig tolerated with the grace of someone who found the cage undignified but understood the necessity. They were nearly back to the leaky cauldron when it happened. Harry heard the voice before he consciously identified the source, a sharp, carrying drawl, the kind of voice trained by generations of being certain it would be heard. He looked up and saw a blond boy approximately his own age standing outside Madame Malkin's with a woman who wore robes so expensive they made the robes Harry had just bought look apologetic, and the boy was looking at Harry with an expression that was trying to be assessing but was actually just already decided. "You're Harry Potter," the boy said. "Not a question." He said it the way you'd say you're the one I was told about, like Harry was an item he was checking off a list. "Yes," Harry said. The boy looked at Barry and Clark with the particular blankness that served aristocratic children as a social filter, two men in ordinary clothes, unrecognized, therefore probably not significant. He returned to Harry. "I'm Draco Malfoy." He said it with the weight of someone accustomed to the name doing work. "I expect we'll be in the same year at Hogwarts." "Probably," Harry said. "You'll want to know the right sort from the wrong sort," Draco said, with the air of someone delivering helpful information. "I can help with that." Harry looked at him. Not unkindly. Harry wasn't unkind by default, but with the clear-eyed, uncomplicated assessment of someone who had been told things about the world by people who had actually experienced it, and who was now measuring what was in front of him against what he knew. "That's kind of you," Harry said pleasantly. "I think I'll be able to work it out on my own, though." "Thanks." He walked on. Draco Malfoy stood behind them with his mouth slightly open, which was the specific expression of someone who had expected a reaction and received the wrong one and had no prepared response for the absence of the expected response. Barry waited until they were through the leaky cauldron's back entrance before he said, "That was Draco Malfoy." "He mentioned," Harry said. "His father is Lucius Malfoy. Death Eater. Suspected supporter of Voldemort." "I know," Harry said. He was adjusting Hedwig's position on his arm. "Draco isn't his father." "That was remarkably generous of you," Clark said. "It wasn't generous," Harry said. "It was accurate. He's 11. Being unimpressed by him isn't the same as judging him." He looked back through the pub toward the invisible wall of the entrance, which was just a wall from this side. "He's been told all his life that his name does things. It was interesting to watch it not do a thing." Clark and Barry looked at each other over Harry's head, and this time the 2-second compressed conversation contained a significant amount of content. The other encounter was less trivial. They were at the leaky cauldron eating lunch, genuine food, shepherd's pie, which Harry had ordered with the enthusiasm of someone who had read about it, when a man sat down across from them uninvited. He was old. Very old, in the way that certain people are old in a manner that suggests they chose it: white beard, half-moon glasses, robes of deep blue with small silver stars that shifted as he moved. His eyes were very blue and very sharp, and they were on Harry with an intensity that was warm on the surface and calculating underneath, and Harry saw the calculating part clearly because Harry had spent enough years being observed by Barry and Clark and Dr. Okafor and Cisco and Joe, being genuinely known by people who looked at him honestly, that he could tell the difference. "Harry," the man said. "My name is Albus Dumbledore." "I know who you are," Harry said. Dumbledore smiled. It was a good smile, warm and wise and practiced. "I expect you do," he said. "You are your mother's son in that respect." His eyes moved briefly to Barry, then to Clark, and the warmth remained but the calculation intensified. "And these are your guardians." "I must confess the last 6 years have been something of an education for me." "You've been looking for me," Harry said. "I've been aware of you," Dumbledore said, more carefully. "Your protection was, I wasn't protected," Harry said. "I was locked in a cupboard." Dumbledore's smile didn't falter but something behind it did, fractionally. "The blood magic didn't prevent the bruises," Harry said. He said it without heat, which was somehow more effective than heat would have been. I'm not angry at you about that. I understand the reasoning. I've read Lily Potter's work on sacrificial magic, it's extraordinary, incidentally. But I'd like you to understand that I know exactly what the plan was and what actually happened. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. You are very direct for 10 years old, he said. I've had good examples, Harry said. Barry had not said anything yet. He was sitting with his shepherd's pie halfway to his mouth, still, watching Dumbledore with an expression that was doing the thing Barry's face did when he was being polite and also deeply unhappy and had decided to let things play out before acting. Clark was beside him, and Clark had gone to the very still mode, which was the mode that happened before things like hurricanes and freight trains. I wanted to speak with you before Hogwarts, Dumbledore said. There are things about your history, Harry, that I feel responsible for, the prophecy, Harry said. Dumbledore paused. Neither can live while the other survives, Harry said. I've known about it since I was 8. Dr. Okafor has contacts in the magical world who were less careful than they should have been. He picked up his fork. I'm not telling you this to be combative. I'm telling you because we should skip the part where you decide how much I should know and get to the part where we talk to each other honestly. A long silence. Clark said, very quietly, Harry. It's fine, Harry said to Clark. Then to Dumbledore, he's not going to stop. I know that. He's been trying to come back for years and at some point he'll succeed, enough. When he does, I'll be ready. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I will be ready. That's not bravado. I'm telling you so you don't need to arrange things. I don't need to be arranged. Dumbledore studied him for the length of a breath. Then, for the first time since he'd sat down, his expression shifted into something that wasn't performance, something genuine, older, more complicated. Your mother would be proud, he said, and this time it wasn't calculation. It was just true. I hope so, Harry said. Barry put his fork down. With respect, he said, which was Barry's code for I'm about to say something very direct, Harry goes to Hogwarts to learn magic and have a school experience. Not to be a chess piece. We want to be extremely clear about that. I understand, Dumbledore said. I'm not sure you do, Barry said pleasantly. Because I've read about your history and you are remarkable and I don't doubt your intentions, but Harry is my son and Clark's and he is not a sacrificial, Barry, Harry said. I'm almost done, Barry said. He hears you, Harry said. Barry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked back with the expression of a man who had just had a model significantly revised and was doing rapid, genuine recalculation. He looked at Harry again, and this time there was no performance in it at all, just an old man looking at a 10-year-old who had done more of his own thinking than anyone had anticipated, and the very particular emotion of someone whose plan has been superseded by something better. I had a different expectation, Dumbledore said finally, honestly. The boy I imagined meeting was, smaller, Harry said, and it wasn't unkind. Less informed, Dumbledore said. Less, whole. He said the last word carefully. The protection I placed you with was meant to keep you safe, but I see now that in some ways it failed considerably. You were found by different safety. He looked at Barry and Clark. Better safety, perhaps. Definitely better, Barry said. I am glad of it, Dumbledore said, and this too was just true. He stood, and his robes shifted their stars. I look forward to having you at Hogwarts, Harry. I should warn you, the school will have its own opinions about you. Some expectations that may need managing. I don't manage expectations, Harry said. I just do what I do. Dumbledore smiled again, and this time it reached all the way to the calculation, and integrated with it, and made something new. No, he said. I see that. He looked at Barry and Clark one final time. Gentlemen. I appreciate your care of him more than I can easily express. He left the pub the way he'd come in, through the crowd, which parted for him the way crowds part for people they can't quite look at directly. Harry ate his shepherd's pie. "That went well," Clark said. "Yes," Harry said. Barry was quiet for a moment. Then, "He's still going to try to plan things." "I know," Harry said. "You're fine with that?" "I'm fine with him trying," Harry said. "His plans are his plans. Mine are mine." He looked up with those green eyes that went gold when the Force moved in him. "They might overlap sometimes. But he doesn't run my life." "No," Barry said. "Nobody does." "Nobody does," Harry agreed. Hedwig ruffled her feathers from her cage under the table, which seemed to constitute an endorsement, and Harry reached down and unlatched the cage just slightly so she could put her head out, which she did with an expression of dignified relief. Outside, London went about its Saturday in complete ignorance of what had just sat in a pub in Charing Cross Road, 3 people and an owl, mapping the territory of a world that was almost ready for them. September 1st arrived with the specific tyranny of dates that have been counted toward. King's Cross was busy in the way London stations are always busy, a specific organized chaos that had its own rhythm if you knew how to read it. Barry carried 2 trunks because Barry, and Clark carried Hedwig's cage because Clark had developed a relationship with Hedwig based on mutual dignified respect, and Harry walked between them in jeans and a dark blue t-shirt, robes packed, suit packed underneath the robes, wand in his right pocket where he could reach it, and a look on his face that was calibrating everything. He found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 without difficulty, felt the charm on it the same way he always felt magic on surfaces, a warm pressure against his awareness, and turned to Barry and Clark. "You can't come through," he said. "The platform is magic only," Barry said. "I know. Cisco briefed me." "Cisco briefed you about the platform?" "Cisco has been doing research," Barry said, with the expression of someone who had mixed feelings about this. "He built a monitoring bracelet." He held up a very thin, very simple-looking band. "It's not magic. It's tech. It won't interfere with the school's wards because it's not trying to work with the same frequencies. It just tells me your biometric data." Harry looked at the bracelet. "You want to know if my heart rate spikes?" "I want to know if you're okay," Barry said, with a simplicity that made the monitoring bracelet seem like the most reasonable object in the world. "That's all." Harry held out his wrist and Barry put the bracelet on. "There's also this," Clark said, and held out a small, flat stone, smooth and gray. "It's from the house in Smallville. From the field behind it." He turned it in his fingers. "I know it's not magic. It doesn't do anything. I just thought." Harry took it and put it in his pocket. "I'll keep it," he said. Clark nodded. Harry looked at both of them and did the taking stock thing he did, comprehensive, deliberate, present. "I'm coming home at Christmas," he said. "You'd better," Barry said. "If anything actually dangerous, I'll handle it," Harry said. "And then I'll tell you." "That order is debatable," Barry said. "That order is how it's going to go," Harry said, with the pleasantness of someone who has already made a decision. He reached up and hugged Barry, which he did quickly and firmly in the way he did everything, and then Clark, who was better at standing still for hugs and therefore got an extra second. Then he stepped back, picked up his trolley, and turned to the barrier. "Hey," Barry said. Harry looked back. "You're the best thing that ever came out of a terrible situation," Barry said. "In my extremely experienced opinion." Harry looked at him for a moment with those green eyes. "I know," he said. Not arrogantly. Just truthfully, with everything in it, 6 years of Central City, of cereal boxes and speed trails and cactuses and Saturday mornings and birthday parties and Joe and Cisco and the blue lightning bolt rug in Clark's field stone and a toy soldier that still sat on the shelf in his bedroom, all of it distilled into 2 words that meant "I know what I am because of you." Then he turned and walked through the barrier between the worlds. Barry and Clark stood on the non-magical side of the wall and neither of them said anything for a while. Then Barry said, "He took the stone." "He took the stone," Clark said. They stood a little longer. Shepherd's pie for lunch? Barry said eventually. Yes, Clark said. Let's go. They left King's Cross together in the ordinary London morning, and somewhere beyond a brick wall, the Hogwarts Express departed on schedule, carrying one passenger who didn't look out the window as the city fell away but was instead already deep in a textbook on advanced charms theory, a stone in his pocket, a bracelet on his wrist, and an owl sleeping in the rack above his head with the total confidence of someone who had chosen well. Chapter 4, Platform 9 3/4. The compartment Harry chose was near the back of the train, which gave him a window view of the track behind them and a clear line of sight to the corridor ahead. He'd done this automatically, without naming it as a habit, the same way he always sat with a wall at his back in restaurants, something Barry did, something Clark did, something that had absorbed into him through proximity and made structural sense. He had his charms textbook open on his knee and was making notes in the margins in a small, precise handwriting that bore no resemblance to standard 11-year-old penmanship. Outside the window, London gave way to suburbs, then to countryside, the city peeling back in layers until there was only green and grey sky and the occasional farmhouse going past like a thought. He was 20 pages into a chapter on wandwork fundamentals, most of which he already knew, some of which he was annotating corrections for, when the compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway with a large book under one arm and a look on her face that was assessing the compartment for available space and also, Harry suspected, for company quality. She had bushy brown hair that was doing several things at once and very alert brown eyes that moved across the compartment with the speed of someone conducting an inventory. "Do you mind?" she said. "Everywhere else is either full or has boys doing something with exploding snap that I'd rather not be near." "Sit down," Harry said, and moved his bag off the opposite seat. She sat, put her book on the seat beside her, smoothed her robes with the automatic precision of someone who considered presentation a form of competence, and then looked at Harry's book in the margin notes. "You're annotating the textbook," she said. "Some of it's wrong," Harry said. "It's the assigned textbook," she said, which was not quite agreement or disagreement, more like gathering additional data. "Chapter 4 has an error in the wand angle diagram for Wingardium Leviosa," Harry said. "The angle shown is 17 degrees. It should be 19. The 2-degree difference doesn't matter much at beginner level but it creates compounding inaccuracy problems later." He looked up. "Hermione Granger?" She blinked. "Yes. How did you?" Professor McGonagall's academic papers reference a student she was particularly looking forward to. Her description matched. He closed the textbook and offered his hand. "Harry Potter." Hermione Granger experienced several rapid emotions in sequence, most of them visible. Surprise, recalibration, the particular expression of someone who had prepared for a famous person and received instead a person who was more interesting than the fame. She shook his hand. "You've read McGonagall's academic papers?" "All of them," Harry said. "Her work on partial transfiguration is extraordinary. Flitwick's dueling papers are also worth reading, if you want the charms theory to sit in context." He tilted his head at her book. "What are you reading?" She turned the cover toward him. "Hogwarts, A History." "I've read it 3 times, she said, with the slight defensive edge of someone who expected to be told that was too many times. "What's your favorite part?" Harry asked. She looked at him the way people look at questions they weren't expecting. "The founding," she said after a moment. "The tension between Slytherin and the others. It's actually a really interesting political history if you read it as one. Most people just read it as mythology." "It is political history," Harry said. Salazar Slytherin's objections to Muggle-born students read very differently if you contextualize them against the persecution of magical communities in Europe in the 10th century. He was wrong, but he wasn't irrational. He was afraid. Hermione stared at him. "Nobody reads it like that. Most people read it as a story about a villain," Harry said. "Stories about villains are less useful than stories about people who made terrible choices for understandable reasons." A beat of silence. "I think I'm going to like talking to you," Hermione said. Good, Harry said. I think the same. He opened his textbook back up. What house do you want? Gryffindor, she said immediately. My parents are Muggles and I've been reading about all the houses and Gryffindor seems to value exactly. I know, Harry said. You'll get it. You can't know that, she said, not offended, just accurate. You've read Hogwarts, a history 3 times and you're already doing original historiographical analysis, Harry said. The Sorting Hat puts brave people in Gryffindor. Choosing to learn everything about a world you weren't born into, coming here anyway, is one of the braver things most of these kids will have done. He looked up from the book. You'll get Gryffindor. Hermione was quiet for a moment with an expression Harry recognized, the expression of someone receiving something they'd needed and hadn't known they'd been hoping for. What about you? She asked. I don't know, Harry said honestly. I've thought about it. The Hat decides. He paused. I'd be fine anywhere, actually. Even Slytherin? She asked, with the slight challenge of someone testing a position. Even Slytherin, Harry said. The house didn't do the bad things. The people in it made choices. They're not the same thing. The train rocked gently. Outside, proper countryside now, rolling hills, distant hedgerows, a sky that was moving from grey to the specific white of afternoon overcast. Harry Potter, Hermione said, like she was still recalibrating the phrase. You're nothing like I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. More, she gestured vaguely. Lost? Harry said. She had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable. People say you grew up with Muggles who didn't know about magic. I grew up with 2 people who knew about everything, Harry said, and left it there. Not closing the conversation, just setting the boundary of what it contained. Hermione accepted this with the perceptiveness of someone who understood which silences were walls and which were just doors that weren't open yet. She opened her book. Harry returned to his annotations. They read in companionable quiet for 20 minutes, which was the fastest Harry had ever liked anyone he'd just met, and he thought Barry would find that interesting. The door opened again at the next interval, this time with more energy, a knock that was mostly courtesy and then an entry that had already committed. A red-haired boy stood in the doorway with a smudge of something on his nose and the look of someone who had been walking the train hoping to find somewhere good to land. He looked at Harry, then at Hermione, then back at Harry, and the look became something else entirely. Sorry, he said. Everywhere else is full, Harry said. Sit down. The boy sat, pulling the door shut behind him with the casual competence of someone at home in transit, and then looked at Harry with a frank, uncomplicated openness that Harry immediately found restful. You're Harry Potter, he said. Not the Draco Malfoy version of that sentence, not claiming something, just identifying. Yes, Harry said. I'm Ron, the boy said. Ron Weasley. He seemed about to add something further about the Weasley name but then decided against it, something in Harry's expression, maybe, that suggested he wasn't going to respond the way people apparently expected to names. I've got 5 older brothers, he added instead, which seemed like a more relevant personal fact. Fred and George are on the train somewhere causing trouble. Percy's head boy. Bill and Charlie aren't at school anymore. Where are Bill and Charlie? Harry asked. Ron blinked, this was apparently not the usual follow-up. Bill's a cursebreaker at Gringotts. Charlie studies dragons in Romania. Dragons are real, Hermione said, not quite managing to keep the delight out of her voice. Romanian longhorns mostly, where Charlie is, Ron said, warming immediately to someone sharing his information. He looked at Harry. Do you know about Quidditch? I've read about it, Harry said. Read about it, Ron repeated, processing this. Do you, I mean, have you ever, the Muggles you grew up with, did they know about, they knew everything, Harry said. I grew up with Barry Allen and Clark Kent. He said this simply and without fanfare, because that was what it was, simple and without fanfare, just fact. He had not considered, until this exact moment, that the names would mean nothing to a Hogwarts-bound 11-year-old from a pure-blood wizarding family who had not grown up watching the news from Central City. "Who are they?" Ron asked. Harry almost smiled. "Right. Good people," he said. "You'll meet them eventually." "Muggles?" "One of them isn't exactly," Harry said. "It's complicated." Ron absorbed this and elected to move on with the pragmatic flexibility of someone with 5 brothers, which Harry was already recognizing as a survival skill. "Quidditch," Ron said again, returning to the original topic with the single-mindedness of the devoted. "You fly?" "I've never been on a broomstick," Harry said. Ron stared. This was apparently the most surprising piece of information so far. "You've never, I can fly other ways," Harry said, "but not on a broomstick." "Other ways," Ron said. Harry decided to leave this exact statement in the air for now, which was not teasing, it was just that some things were better demonstrated than explained, and they were on a train and it wasn't the moment. "Tell me about Quidditch," Harry said instead. Ron told him about Quidditch. He did it with the infectious enthusiasm of someone whose love for something had never been dampened by anyone failing to share it, which told Harry a fair amount about the quality of Ron Weasley right there. He went from positions to rules to famous players to the Weasley family's committed support of the Chudley Cannons, which were apparently terrible but loyally loved anyway, which told Harry even more. Hermione listened with the focused expression of someone filing information for potential future usefulness. Twice she asked clarifying questions about rules. Ron answered them without talking down to her, which Harry clocked and appreciated. The food trolley came and Harry bought a comprehensive selection of everything on it, because Barry had been evangelical about Harry eating enough since approximately the second morning of their acquaintance, and because Ron was looking at the trolley with the expression of someone who had packed sandwiches that were already eaten. Harry distributed things without making a performance of it, just put food on the seat between them, available, and Ron took things with a naturalness that suggested he understood the gesture. They were eating chocolate frogs when Hermione said, with the tone of someone who had been thinking about something for a while and had decided to address it, "Harry. I've been reading about what happened with you-know-who, Voldemort," Harry said. Hermione made a small sound. Ron went slightly rigid. "It's his name," Harry said, without heat. "He chose it. Using it doesn't summon him or give him power. That's a cultural superstition that serves him by making everyone afraid of a word." He picked up another chocolate frog. "Go ahead." "I was going to ask," Hermione said, recovering, "whether it bothers you. Coming to Hogwarts. Being famous for something you don't remember." Harry thought about it genuinely, because Hermione was asking genuinely. "The fame doesn't mean anything to me," he said. "I didn't do anything. My mother did." He paused. "The history matters. The prophecy, I know about it, you know about the prophecy?" Hermione said. "I know about most things," Harry said, without arrogance, just accuracy. "That part matters because it means this isn't over. Voldemort isn't gone. He's been trying to come back for 10 years and at some point he'll have enough of himself together to try something serious." He looked at the chocolate frog card he'd just turned over, Dumbledore, and set it down. "When he does, I'll be there. That's all." Ron was looking at him with an expression that had moved through several stages and arrived somewhere between impressed and settled. "You're not scared of him," Ron said. "No," Harry said. "My family, most people, I know," Harry said. "I grew up outside it. The fear is real and I understand where it comes from. But I don't have it." He met Ron's eyes. "I'm not saying that to sound impressive. I'm saying it because it's true and you might as well know." Ron considered this for a moment and then nodded, in the manner of someone filing a calibration update. "My dad's going to want to meet you," he said. He loves Muggles. He'd probably want to know about your Barry and Clark." "Your dad sounds like someone I'd like," Harry said. Ron grinned, A full, easy Weasley grin that took over his whole face. "Yeah," he said. "He is." They arrived at Hogsmeade Station in the dark, which was the right way to arrive at Hogwarts for the first time, in the dark, by boat across a black lake, the castle coming out of the night above them like a sentence completing itself. Harry sat in a boat with Hermione and Ron and a boy named Neville Longbottom who had knocked on their compartment door an hour out from Hogsmeade looking for a toad named Trevor, and who had stayed because the compartment had turned out to contain people who neither laughed at him nor ignored him, which appeared to be a relative novelty. Neville was round-faced and nervous in the way someone is nervous when they've spent years being told they're not enough, and Harry recognized this with a specific, bone-deep recognition and treated him accordingly, not carefully, not with special management, just normally, which was exactly what Neville needed and clearly didn't always get. The boats crossed the lake. Harry sat with his hands on the sides and looked up at Hogwarts coming toward them, and felt something he didn't have an immediate name for. Not the speed force, not magic, or maybe both, running quiet and low, responding to something in the castle that was responding to them. Old magic. The kind Dr. Okafor had described, magic so layered and long-standing it had its own temperature. "It's incredible," Hermione said softly. "It really is," Neville said. "I've seen it in pictures," Ron said, "but, yeah," Harry said. He looked at the castle and the castle, in whatever way old things look back, looked at him. The boats grounded. They climbed the bank. A tall witch in dark robes with black hair pulled back severely was waiting at the top of the slope with a lamp and a posture that communicated authority without requiring volume. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, when they reached her. She looked at him sharply. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her voice was precise and measured and he could hear in it something she was managing carefully, emotion, he thought, or the memory of emotion. "Welcome to Hogwarts." "Thank you," Harry said. "I've read your paper on partial transfiguration. The methodology in Section 3 is exceptional." McGonagall looked at him for the full length of a breath. "We will discuss that later," she said. "Follow me, please." They followed her into the castle. The Great Hall was everything it should have been and nothing Harry had imagined, because you can read about something and still be wrong about the specific quality of it, the weight of all that old stone, the ceiling open to a sky full of moving clouds and enchanted stars, the 4 long tables full of watching older students, the candles floating at heights that made no architectural sense and didn't need to. Harry walked in with the first years and felt them bunched together around him slightly, the instinct of the unfamiliar, and he didn't bunch, he walked at his usual pace, taking it in, and Hermione walked on one side of him and Ron on the other because they'd already found their orbit without discussing it, which was the best way orbits were found. The Sorting Hat came out on its stool. It had a rip near the brim that served as a mouth and it sang, an actual song, quite long, more self-aware than expected, and then McGonagall called names from a scroll. Harry watched the sortings with attention. Each one told him something, Lavender Brown's delight at Gryffindor, the nervous relief on several faces, one boy sorted into Slytherin who sat down at his new table with his chin up and something resolved in his expression, which was not what Harry expected from someone going to Slytherin and which he filed away as interesting. "Granger, Hermione," McGonagall called. The hat was on Hermione's head for about 4 seconds. "Gryffindor," it announced. Harry caught Hermione's eye as she went to the table. She looked, briefly, like someone whose calculations had been confirmed and who felt better than they'd expected to about confirmation. Harry nodded once. She sat down. "Longbottom, Neville." The hat took a long time with Neville, longer than with most. Neville sat absolutely still and Harry watched him and thought about what it must be like to have the hat inside your head when you were already convinced you weren't enough, and felt something that was not quite concern but was adjacent to it. "Gryffindor," the hat announced, eventually. Neville looked surprised. He looked surprised in the way someone is surprised when they wanted something very badly and had decided they probably wouldn't get it, and this made Harry quietly satisfied. "Malfoy, Draco." The hat barely touched Draco's head. "Slytherin." Draco went to the Slytherin table with the certainty of inevitability, and Harry watched him go and thought about Lucius Malfoy and about children who were given certainties instead of choices, and felt something that was not quite pity because pity required condescension and Harry didn't have that in his supply. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. Not the normal waiting for the hat quiet. A different quiet, the quality of quiet that happens when a room full of people all have the same thought simultaneously. Harry heard his name said in whispers from at least 4 separate points around the hall, saw heads turn and lean, saw older students craning to look. He walked to the stool at his usual pace, sat down, and the hat came down over his eyes and the hall disappeared. "Well," said the hat. It said it the way someone says well when they've opened a door expecting a broom cupboard and found something else entirely. "You are not what I expected," it said. "People keep saying that," Harry said. "There's a reason," the hat said. It was moving through his mind with the specific feeling of something reading rather than searching, not intrusive, not painful, just present. "I have been sorting students for 1,000 years, Mr. Potter. I have never encountered anything quite like this." "The speed force," Harry said. "And the magic," the hat said. "Both of them, together, fully integrated. You didn't fight either of them. You let them find each other." A pause. "That required courage, you know. Many people would have tried to choose." "Why would I choose?" Harry said. "Precisely," the hat said, with something that sounded almost like warmth. "Now. Where to put you? Let me look." It looked. Harry let it look, opened toward it the same way he'd opened toward the speed force, which was the way he approached everything that was genuinely trying to understand him, without armor, without performance, just present. "You could be great in Slytherin," the hat said. "You have the ambition. The strategic intelligence. You understand the value of information and the patience to act on it correctly." "I know," Harry said. "You could be significant in Ravenclaw. Your mind is remarkable." "I know that too," Harry said, without ego. "Just fact. Hufflepuff would have your loyalty and your fairness." "All of that's true," Harry said. "But you keep coming back to Gryffindor," the hat said. "I do," Harry said. "Why?" Harry thought about it. "Because the people I love most are brave," he said. "Not fearless. Brave, they kept going anyway. Barry ran toward things that could destroy him. Clark carries the weight of everything quietly. Dr. Okafor chose this work knowing most people don't believe her. That's what I want to be." He paused. "Brave doesn't mean the other things aren't there. It means you move despite them." The hat was quiet for a moment. "You know," it said, "I've been waiting for someone to say something like that for about 600 years. Was it worth waiting for?" Harry asked. "It really was," the hat said. "Better be, Gryffindor," it announced to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted. Not the polite eruption of a normal sorting, it was the specific, uncontrolled eruption of a group of people who had been waiting for this name and now couldn't quite believe it had arrived. Harry took the hat off and put it back on the stool and walked to the table and sat down between Hermione, who was already there, and an empty space where Neville was shuffling sideways to make room, and from somewhere in the middle of the table the Weasley twins started a chant that McGonagall silenced with a look that could have stopped weather. Ron arrived a moment later, Gryffindor. And dropped into the seat across from Harry with the broad relieved grin of someone who'd been certain but couldn't be sure and was glad to be certain again. "The hat took its time with you," Ron said. "What did it say?" "We had a conversation," Harry said. "About what?" "The nature of courage," Harry said. Ron looked at him, then at Hermione, who shrugged in a way that said this is just how he is, I've accepted it. Ron seemed to reach a similar accommodation with impressive speed. Dumbledore spoke, warmly, briefly, with more genuine humor than Harry had expected, and with one look down the Gryffindor table at Harry that contained something Harry chose to interpret as respectful recalibration. Food appeared. Harry ate with the focused efficiency that years of Barry's influence had instilled, but he also looked around, at the ceiling, at the candles, at the faces of his housemates, at the Slytherin table where Draco Malfoy was seated with two large boys who were clearly appointed as social furniture, at the staff table where Snape sat in his dark robes with an expression that was controlled and very slightly volatile. Snape looked at Harry at the same moment Harry looked at Snape. Their eyes met. Snape's expression did something complicated, recognition, assessment, something that might have been emotion quickly reclaimed. Then he looked away first. Harry returned to his food. That was a staring contest, Ron said. With Snape. You won. I wasn't competing, Harry said. He looked away first, Ron said. I was just looking, Harry said. Still, Ron said, and helped himself to more potatoes with an air of satisfaction. The dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase in Gryffindor Tower, and Harry's bed was the one by the window, which he'd taken without ceremony because the window meant a view of the grounds and the lake, and because he'd noticed Neville gravitating toward the middle beds and had put himself at the end naturally, framing the group rather than centering it. He unpacked methodically while the others talked, Ron and a dark-haired confident boy named Dean Thomas and Neville and Seamus Finnegan, who was already telling a story that was headed somewhere loud. Harry listened while he arranged his things, putting the Clark stone on the small table beside the bed and the toy soldier from the first night beside it, which nobody commented on because they were all busy establishing themselves. When things were quiet and the others were starting to settle toward sleep, Neville said, from his bed in the middle of the room, Harry. Yeah, Harry said. Are you really not frightened of you-know-who? The room went quieter in that specific way it goes quiet when someone says the thing everyone's been not saying. No, Harry said. How? Neville said. It wasn't a challenge. It was genuine. He killed your parents. A pause. He did things to my parents too. Neville said this quietly, in the darkness, with the particular economy of someone who had learned to say a hard thing quickly. I've been frightened of him my whole life and I can't always, I know, Harry said. He thought about how to say the next part. I don't have a way to give you what I have, Neville. I grew up outside the fear. The people who raised me weren't afraid of anything in the magical world because they didn't know it yet. By the time I knew, I'd already learned what I could do. He paused. But fear isn't the enemy. You come from a family that stood up to Voldemort when most people ran. Your parents were extraordinary. Being afraid of something that hurt people you love isn't weakness. It means you know what matters. Silence. I still don't want to face him, Neville said. That's fine, Harry said. I don't need you to. I need you to not give up. He thought about Clark's voice in the car on the way to Central City, talking to a child in the back seat about a snail on the floor of a hallway. Getting there eventually matters more than how fast you go. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then, thanks. Anytime, Harry said. Seamus made a sleepy sound. Dean murmured something. Ron was already asleep, apparently, because Ron had the gift of unconsciousness on demand. The towers settled around them, old stone, old magic, the lake below, the grounds quiet. Harry lay on his back and looked at the ceiling of his four-poster bed and felt the castle breathing the way old things breathe, and felt the speed force low and warm in his blood, and felt the magic in him moving like deep water, and thought about everything and nothing in particular. He sent a message to Barry through the bracelet, which had a haptic function, 3 quick pulses, which was the code they'd established for arrived, fine, going to sleep. The bracelet on his wrist delivered 3 pulses back within seconds, received, good, sleep well. And then 1 extra pulse that wasn't in the code because Barry had never been good at sticking strictly to systems. Harry smiled at the ceiling. He was asleep 4 minutes later. The next week was an education in the gap between reading about something and living it. Harry had read every textbook. He knew the theory of every spell, the principles of every subject, the history of every classroom. What reading hadn't prepared him for was the specific texture of experiencing magic in a place that was built from it, the way the staircases moved not randomly but in patterns that had their own internal logic, the way portraits commented on things they had no business knowing, the way the magic in the walls responded to the collective mood of students in a corridor, faintly, like harmonics. He noticed things. He noticed them constantly, cataloging and cross-referencing against everything he knew, and this cataloging occasionally surfaced in classroom settings in ways that produced a specific quality of silence. Charms was first. Professor Flitwick, small, precise, older than his apparent age in the particular way of people who are very good at something, taught them the basic wand movement for a simple levitation charm and set them practicing with feathers. Harry's feather was in the air on the second attempt. Not levitating exactly. Moving, rising and turning, responding to adjustments in wand angle with a sensitivity that was significantly beyond the charm's basic specifications, tracing small figure eights 6 inches above the desk with a smoothness that made Flitwick stop mid-circuit of the class. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick said. "Sorry," Harry said. "I was adjusting the resonance frequency. Too much and it gets erratic." He dropped the feather back to the desk. "The basic charm works. I was trying to understand the ceiling." Flitwick looked at the feather. Then at Harry. Then at his notes, briefly, in a way that suggested he was mentally accessing his file on this student. "The ceiling," he said. "How much control is theoretically possible at foundation level?" Harry said. "I wanted to establish a baseline." Flitwick made a sound that was small and complicated. He moved on to the next desk. But he came back to Harry's at the end of class and said, very quietly, "Come to my office Wednesday afternoon if you're free, Mr. Potter. I'd like to discuss that resonance theory further." "I'd like that," Harry said. Hermione, next to him, was looking at her own feather with the focused intensity of someone who had just been shown a new ceiling and was calculating how to reach it. Her feather was already levitating correctly and had been for the last 5 minutes. She had just decided, Harry could see, that correct was not sufficient. He approved of this enormously. Transfiguration was McGonagall's domain, and McGonagall was every bit what her papers had promised, brilliant, exacting, and with a level of expectation that rose to meet competence without embarrassment. She had them converting matches to needles, which most of the class found difficult. Harry turned his match into a needle on the first attempt and then spent the rest of the class quietly turning it back into a match and then into a needle again, varying the methodology each time, studying the transition point. McGonagall came by, saw what he was doing, said nothing, and left a small card on his desk that read, "Office hours Thursday. Bring your observations." Ron, who had been struggling with the match and had produced something that was technically needle-shaped but made of what appeared to be wood, said, "How?" "You're thinking about what the needle looks like," Harry said. "Think about what the needle is. Material properties, the density, the surface tension, the molecular structure. The magic is rewriting what the object is, not what it looks like." Ron tried again. The match became something considerably more needle-like. "That's it," Harry said. "You just explained transfiguration better than McGonagall did," Ron said. "McGonagall explained it correctly for most people," Harry said. "You needed a different angle." He looked at the needle. "Give it another go." Potions was the most interesting in the way that friction is interesting, productive and generating heat. Snape's classroom was in the dungeons and was cold in the specific way of rooms that want to be taken seriously, and Snape himself was everything his academic reputation had suggested, precise, demanding, moving through the room with the controlled energy of someone who found most things in his immediate environment below his standards and was disappointed primarily in himself for continuing to be disappointed. He walked to Harry's desk first. This was deliberate. Harry could see the deliberateness of it, the same way he could see the deliberateness of Snape's gaze, which contained things Snape had clearly decided to contain and almost managed. "Potter," Snape said. "Professor," Harry said. Snape looked at him for a moment with an expression that was doing several things at once and resolving into the dominant one, which was controlled. He picked up Harry's textbook from the desk, flipped to a random page, and held it up. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry looked at the page. The answer was on it. He looked at Snape. Snape knew the answer was on the page. This wasn't a test of knowledge, it was a test of something else. Draught of living death, Harry said. Most powerful sleeping potion known. Asphodel is from the lily family, symbolically, mourning and regret in botanical folklore, which is either intentional naming or coincidence. He met Snape's eyes. Your paper on the interaction between asphodel alkaloids and wormwood's volatile compounds in the infusion process published in Potions Quarterly in 1988 suggested the reaction mechanism is more complex than the standard curriculum acknowledges. I agreed with that assessment. Snape was very still. You read my published work, he said. I read all the faculty's published work, Harry said. Yours was the most technically rigorous. The class had gone very quiet in the specific manner of witnesses to something they couldn't quite categorize. Snape put the textbook down. He straightened up. He moved on to the next desk without another word, and the class watched him go with the expressions of people who had prepared for a specific event and gotten a different one, which was either better or worse and they couldn't tell yet. He did not single Harry out again during the lesson. At the end, he paused at the door after dismissing the class and said, without turning, Potter. Your bezoar sourcing, the specimen in your potions kit is mountain goat origin. The Moroccan population yields higher alkaloid concentration. Replace it before next lesson. Harry noted this. Thank you, he said. Snape left without responding, which in Snape's case appeared to function as acknowledgement. He almost complimented you, Hermione said in the corridor, awestruck. He told me my kit had a suboptimal component, Harry said. For Snape, she said, that's basically a warm embrace. Ron made a sound that was mostly suppressed laugh. On Thursday, 4 days into term, Draco Malfoy made his first move. Harry had been expecting something. Not because Draco was predictable, exactly, but because Harry had seen the Diagon Alley interaction settle into Draco's expression as something requiring resolution, and boys raised on the certainty of their own name did not leave resolutions pending. The hallway outside the Transfiguration classroom, after McGonagall had released them, this was the moment. Potter, Draco said, from beside the door, where he'd positioned himself with the two large boys Harry had started calling Bookend 1 and Bookend 2 in his head because they hadn't yet distinguished themselves as having separate personalities. Harry stopped. Draco looked at him with the practiced assurance of someone who had rehearsed this. Some of us were talking, he said, and we thought you might want to reconsider certain associations. He glanced at Ron with a precise, disinterested blankness. The Weasley family's standing is not relevant to me, Harry said pleasantly. Draco paused. Their finances alone, I grew up without much, Harry said. It didn't make me less. It won't make Ron less. He looked at Draco with the clear, uncomplicated gaze he used when he wanted someone to understand he was being entirely honest. I like Ron. I'm going to continue liking Ron. The rest of this conversation doesn't really have anywhere interesting to go. Draco's jaw tightened fractionally. You don't know the wizarding world, he said. You were raised by muggles, I was raised by two of the most extraordinary people alive, Harry said, with a simple warmth that contained no invitation for argument. I know the wizarding world. I've read most of it. And I've chosen who I spend my time with. He tilted his head slightly. Is there anything else? Draco stared at him with the specific expression of someone whose strategy has encountered a surface it can't grip and is trying to find purchase. You'll regret not making better choices, Draco said, which was what you say when you have nothing else. I'll let you know if that happens, Harry said. He looked at Bookend 1 and 2, both of whom were looking slightly uncertain, as if their function had not been required and they weren't sure what to do now. Have a good day, Harry told them, and walked away with Ron and Hermione. Ron waited until they'd rounded the corner. That's going to make him furious, he said. Probably, Harry said. You're not bothered. I'm really not, Harry said. He's got a specific kind of power that works on people who want something from him. I don't want anything from him, so the power doesn't work." He looked at Ron. "Your family stood up against Voldemort when most people didn't. Draco's family stood on the other side. He can have whatever opinion he likes about which choice was superior." Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "My mum's going to like you." "I already like the sound of your mum," Harry said. "She's going to love you," Hermione said, from slightly ahead of them. "She's going to absolutely love you." Friday morning brought the first flying lesson, which was scheduled on the Quidditch pitch with Professor Madame Hooch presiding. Harry stood beside a school broom that had seen decades of hard use and looked at it with the calm interest of someone meeting something for the first time that they'd heard about for years. Madame Hooch gave instructions. Students mounted brooms with varying degrees of competence. Neville launched prematurely and shot upward in a controlled panic before coming down badly and breaking his wrist, and Hooch took him to the hospital wing with instructions for no one to fly while she was gone. Draco Malfoy picked up Neville's Remembrall from the ground where it had rolled. He weighed it in his hand and looked at Harry with the expression of someone who had found a variable. "I think I'll leave this somewhere up there," Draco said, and kicked off. Harry looked at him fly upward. Then he looked at the school broom in his hand. He'd never flown on a broom. He had only the theoretical knowledge, which was, admittedly, comprehensive. He kicked off. The broom shot up, which meant his calibration was already running because the speed force was in him and things that moved tended to coordinate with it, and at 10 feet he was already stable, not because he had broom experience but because his body understood velocity and balance and adjustment in ways that were built-in now, speed force deep. At 20 feet he leveled off and the air was exactly what it should have been, cold and moving, the pitch spread out below, the castle in the distance, the sky open and wide and very blue. He'd forgotten, for a moment, what being outside at height felt like when you were used to being above things. He was smiling before he noticed he was smiling. "Give Neville his Remembrall," Harry said. Draco was hovering 20 feet away with the expression of someone who had expected to be alone up here and was recalibrating. He looked at Harry on the broom, hovering, steady, entirely comfortable, and the expression moved into something more complicated. "Come and get it," he said, and threw it. Not to Harry. Across the pitch, far and high. Harry tracked it. Speed force tracking, the same thing that let him catch things before they hit the ground in street clothes, the thing that made everything slow while he was fast, painted the arc of the Remembrall in perfect geometric clarity. He leaned forward on the broom, and the broom responded like a thought, and he went. He didn't run at light speed. He didn't need to. He needed broom speed, and broom speed, as it turned out, was something the speed force made extraordinarily natural, because speed was speed and his body knew speed the way fish know water. He caught up with the Remembrall 20 feet from the ground and caught it and pulled up in a banking arc that leveled him out at pitch height with his hair wild from the dive and the thing clenched in his fist. He flew back to Draco and held it out. Draco stared at him. "I said give it back," Harry said, pleasantly. Draco took it from his fingers, which was not what either of them had expected from this situation, and Harry landed his broom at the same moment Hooch returned from the hospital wing. Hooch looked at him. She looked at the brooms on the ground, the untouched brooms, and the fact that Harry had clearly been airborne. Her expression went through several phases. "Potter," she said. "He's a natural," Ron called from the ground, with enormous satisfaction. McGonagall appeared, which Harry suspected was not coincidence, and took him aside with the brisk urgency of someone who had been watching from a window, and looked at him in the corridor outside the changing rooms with the expression she usually kept very controlled. "That was either brilliant or reckless," she said. "Both," Harry said honestly. "You have never been on a broomstick," she said. "No," he said. She looked at him for a moment with something she wasn't quite expressing. "I would like you to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team," she said. "I expected you to tell me I broke the rules," Harry said. "You did break the rules," she said. "I'm also telling you to try out for the team. One of these can be true without negating the other." Her expression was not quite a smile but was adjacent to one. "Don't tell Professor Snape I said that." "Obviously," Harry said. She sent him back to the pitch, where Ron was waiting with the specific energy of a person with a great deal of things to say about what he'd just witnessed, and Hermione was pretending to read while clearly also having a great deal to say, and Neville had returned from the hospital wing with a bandaged wrist and an expression of uncomplicated delight. "You flew," Neville said. "Yes," Harry said. "You've never flown before," Neville said. "No," Harry said. Neville looked at him for a moment and then started laughing, not at Harry, just at the whole situation, the pure comedy of a universe producing a person like this and then putting him on a school broom for the first time and having it go exactly like that. It was the laugh of someone who was starting to find the world interesting in a way he hadn't before, which was the best kind of laugh. Harry sat down in the grass and the sun was on the pitch and Hedwig was somewhere above the Ollery, visible as a white shape against the blue, and the castle was warm and old behind them and the Speed Force hummed, and the magic in him ran deep and quiet and satisfied, and Harry Potter, who had grown up in a cupboard and been given the world in stages, felt something very simple. He felt exactly right where he was. Chapter 5, The Philosopher's Stone and the Man in the Shadows. Harry knew something was wrong with Quirrell by the 3rd week of September. It wasn't one thing. It was the accumulation of small things that individually meant nothing and collectively meant everything. The way Quirrell's stammer disappeared when he thought no one was listening, replaced by a flat, precise diction that didn't match the nervous professor persona at all. The way he smelled of something Harry couldn't name, something old and cold that was below ordinary smell, more like a frequency than a scent. The way the back of his turban moved occasionally with a rhythm that wasn't the rhythm of fabric settling. Harry filed it all and said nothing immediately, because filing things first was how you avoided being wrong, and being wrong about a teacher in the first month of school was not a productive opening move. He mentioned it to Hermione on a Wednesday in October while they were walking back from the library. "Quirrell," he said. She didn't ask what about him. She said, "I know. The stammer is inconsistent. It drops between sentences sometimes and he doesn't notice." "What else?" Harry said. "He was fine before the summer." Flitwick mentioned casually that Quirrell traveled to Albania in July. "He came back changed." She shifted her book bag. "Albania is where people say Voldemort went after the first defeat. When he lost his body." Harry nodded. He'd had this same sequence of reasoning. "Someone helped him get back into the country," he said. "Someone helped him get the defense against the dark arts position. That's not a one-person operation." "Unless the person helping him is also in the school," Hermione said. Harry looked at her. "I'm not accusing anyone," she said quickly. "I'm just following the logic." "No, you're right," Harry said. "Follow it further." They walked in silence for a moment, their footsteps on the stone corridor. "The stone," Hermione said. "Yes," Harry said. "You know about the stone," she said. Not surprised. Just confirming. "Fluffy's on the 3rd floor for a reason," Harry said. "Something's underneath. Nicholas Flamel created the Philosopher's Stone, it produces the elixir of life. Flamel is 600 years old because of it. The stone was moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts for protection in August." He looked at her. "Someone tried to break into Gringotts Vault 713 on the same day Barry and I were in the bank. I read about it in the Prophet 2 days later. The vault was already empty, the stone had just been moved." "Someone tried to steal it," Hermione said. "And failed, and then got themselves a position inside Hogwarts," Harry said. "So now they're going to try again. Except instead of breaking in from outside, they're going to go through the protections Dumbledore and the faculty have set up underneath the school." Hermione stopped walking. She looked at him with an expression that was doing a lot of work. "Harry. You've known this for weeks." "I've been confirming it," Harry said. "What are you going to do?" Harry thought about this. He had been thinking about it, carefully, since the pieces had assembled themselves into this picture. The stone is there to draw him out, he said. Dumbledore knows something is in the school. He's laid the protections deliberately, they're not just barriers, they're a corridor. He wants whoever's after the stone to go through them. He wants the confrontation to happen here, on his ground. That's brilliant and also terrifying, Hermione said. It's both, Harry agreed. The question is whether Dumbledore plans to be here for the confrontation or whether he plans for someone else to be. Hermione looked at him steadily. Someone like you, she said. The prophecy, Harry said simply. She was quiet for a moment. What are you going to do? She asked again, different emphasis this time. I'm going to let it happen, Harry said. On my terms. Not Dumbledore's timeline, not Quirrell's. Mine. And in the meantime? Harry started walking again. In the meantime, I'm going to keep an eye on Quirrell, do well in my classes, and try to enjoy my first year of school without turning it entirely into a tactical operation. He looked sideways at her. Can you help me track his movement patterns? You're in the library constantly, you see where he goes, when, who he talks to. Obviously, Hermione said, with the tone of someone who had been waiting to be given a specific task. Ron too. Ron's good at seeing things people don't think he's watching, Harry said. Yes. They told Ron that evening in the common room, quietly, in the corner by the window while the fire crackled and the room hummed with homework and exploding snap from the twins' orbit across the room. Ron listened. He was good at listening. People underestimated this about him because he was loud and expressive, but when something required his full attention he gave it, holding still in a way that was natural rather than performed. Voldemort, Ron said, when Harry had finished. Quieter than his usual volume. He's here. In Quirrell. Part of him, Harry said. Whatever's left after the night my parents died. He hasn't got a body, he's parasitic. Quirrell let him in. Nobody does that unless they think they're getting something out of it, so Quirrell has his own agenda running alongside Voldemort's, and Voldemort thinks he can control that. He paused. He probably can. What do we do? Ron said. Right now? Nothing, Harry said. Watch. Let me know if you see anything I miss. He looked at both of them. And don't go to Dumbledore yet. Why not yet? Hermione said. Because Dumbledore knows, Harry said. He's not going to thank us for the information. He's managing something. I want to understand what before I show my hand. Ron absorbed this and then said, very practically, does the bracelet do anything useful? The one Barry made? Biometrics, Harry said. And a haptic signal code. It's not magic. Could it be used to call him? Ron said. Like, if something goes wrong and you need, yes, Harry said. But I won't need to. But if you did, Ron said. Harry looked at him. Ron was looking back with the stubborn, straightforward affection of someone who had decided Harry was his friend and was applying all the practical implications of that decision. Yes, Harry said. If I did. Ron nodded. This appeared to satisfy some requirement he'd had. November arrived with rain and Quidditch. Harry had made the Gryffindor team in the second week of October, as Seeker, which had produced a reaction across the school that ranged from excitement to outrage depending on which table you sat at and what you thought about first years being given Nimbus 2000s. Wood, the Gryffindor captain, had shown Harry the broom with the reverence of someone presenting a holy object, and Harry had accepted it with genuine appreciation because it was a beautiful piece of engineering and because Wood's joy was infectious. He'd practiced in early mornings, alone mostly, learning the broom the same way he'd learned everything, through systematic investigation and then through instinct, understanding the mechanics until they disappeared and left only feeling. By his third practice session, Madame Hooch had stopped pretending she wasn't watching from the stands. The first match, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, was the first Saturday in November, and the stands were full in the specific way of an event everyone in the school had decided mattered, and the sky was white with the threat of coming cold. Harry flew warm-up circuits at half speed, feeling the broom, the air, the quality of the morning. In the stands he could see, very far up, a distinctive white shape, Hedwig, who had apparently decided to attend, sitting on the commentary box with the posture of invested spectatorship. He was in the air when he felt it. Not the spell immediately, the preparation for the spell. The speed force gave him awareness of motion and of things that disrupted motion, and a jinx on a moving object felt, to his perception, like a needle going into the ambient fabric of movement. He felt the needle at the 12-second mark of the match, coming from the stands. His broom started to vibrate. Not the kind of vibration that meant the broom was working, the kind that meant something was working on the broom. The enchantment built in stages, trying to unseat him, and Harry locked his legs and thought very quickly about what to do, because responding to the spell wrong would confirm his awareness and responding right would tell him something important. He let the broom vibrate for 4 seconds, long enough to look like he was genuinely struggling, short enough not to be thrown, and used the speed force perception at maximum sensitivity to locate the source. Quirrell. In the stands. Eyes fixed on Harry, lips barely moving. And behind Quirrell, 2 rows back, in academic robes, unmoving, Snape. Muttering. Counterjinxing. Harry felt both magic signatures simultaneously, one trying to unseat him and one, reluctantly and quietly, fighting it off. He processed this in approximately 1 second. Snape was counterjinxing. Snape was protecting him. Harry filed this with a kind of recalibration that he'd learned from Barry. New information doesn't invalidate old conclusions, it refines them. His picture of Snape adjusted. Not a villain. Something more complicated. Someone with history he hadn't chosen to disclose. He let go of the broom with one hand and appeared to nearly slip, a performance, because he needed Quirrell to think the jinx was working while Snape's counter took hold, and then stabilized, and in the corner of his vision he saw Quirrell break eye contact and the vibration stopped. He caught the snitch 11 minutes later. He'd seen it early, 9 minutes in, hovering near the Slytherin goalposts, and tracked it with the patient precision of someone who understood that catching it immediately versus catching it at the right moment were different decisions. He waited until Wood had secured Gryffindor a comfortable lead and then went, and the dive was something that made the watching crowd go very loud very fast because Harry on a broom in a real dive was something specific, speed force balance and reaction time built into his body, the broom responding to micro-adjustments that looked like nothing from outside but were everything. And the snitch glinted and his fist closed around it at the point where the ground was 10 feet away and he pulled. Up. Gryffindor won by 210 points. Ron's voice could be heard from the stands over the crowd, which Harry considered an achievement. In the changing room afterward, when the team had filed out and Harry was the last one, Hermione slipped in looking slightly guilty about being in the boys' changing room and said, "It was Quirrell jinxing you." "Yes," Harry said. "I set Snape on fire," she said. Harry looked at her. "I knocked over Quirrell's cauldron, I walked past and bumped into it on purpose, and while he was distracted I ignited the hem of Snape's robes," she said. "To break his concentration." "I thought Snape was jinxing you." Harry thought about this. "Snape was counter-jinxing," he said. Hermione went still. "Oh," she said. "You burned Snape," Harry said. "I burned Snape," she confirmed. "By accident," Harry said. "By intentional accident," she said. "In the completely wrong direction." Harry covered his face with his hand for a moment. "Okay," he said. "I'm sorry," she said. I know what you thought," he said. It was good reasoning from the available information. It was wrong, but the logic was sound. He looked at her. "Don't apologize for acting on good logic." She looked slightly relieved and slightly guilty still, which was a reasonable combination given the circumstances. "We need to be more careful about acting independently on partial information," Harry said. "Talk to me first." "Agreed," she said immediately. "And Hermione," he said. "Yes. You broke into the boys' changing room to tell me you'd accidentally burned our potions, Professor." "A beat." Yes, she said. He stopped. Very you. She decided to take this as a compliment and left. December came down on Hogwarts like a judgment, cold and definitive, turning the grounds white overnight and the lake to a steel grey that reflected the overcast sky in shades of pewter and slate. Harry had been watching Quirrell for 3 months. He knew his patterns, the times when the stammer intensified, which correlated with stress or with proximity to other people's strong magic. The times when he walked to the 3rd-floor corridor and stood outside it without going in, testing something, measuring something. The times, rare, but present, when Quirrell sat alone at the staff table with his food untouched and a distant expression that Harry had seen on people in pain, and suspected was the cost of what lived at the back of his head. He also knew about the mirror. He'd found it by accident in November, following Quirrell's midnight pattern through the castle in socks, and the speed force turned down to its lowest operational hum, which let him move silently in a way that had nothing to do with the invisibility cloaks people apparently used for this sort of thing. He'd traced Quirrell to an unused classroom on the 5th floor and had looked through the door and seen him standing in front of a large mirror with an ornate gold frame, staring into it with an intensity that bordered on desperation. Quirrell had stood there for 20 minutes and then turned away with an expression of fury and frustration that the stammer couldn't reach, because it was too raw for performance. Harry had gone back the next night alone and stood in front of the mirror. It showed him standing in the unused classroom, which was what you'd expect. And then, after a moment, it showed him something else, standing in the same classroom, older by a few years, with Barry to his left and Clark to his right and Hermione and Ron just behind, and all of them were whole and unhurt, and something in the image was so specifically and structurally content that Harry stood looking at it for a long time without moving. Then he read the inscription across the top. Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. He reversed it in his head in about 4 seconds. I show not your face but your heart's desire. The mirror showed Quirrell the stone because Quirrell desired to possess it. It showed Harry something else. He looked at the image of the future, whole and unhurt, everyone intact, and thought about desire and about the difference between wanting something and needing it, and then he turned and walked away from the mirror, which was the right choice and also, briefly, the hardest thing he'd done all term. He didn't go back. He told Hermione about the mirror and the inscription. She went quiet in the way she went quiet when she was working very fast. The stone's inside it, she said. No, Harry said. The stone's protected by it. The mirror shows you what you want. If you want to use the stone, to make gold, to achieve immortality, it shows you yourself with it, but you can never get it. The protection only fails if someone comes to the mirror wanting to find the stone without using it. He paused. For a specific reason. Hermione looked at him. What reason? Harry said nothing for a moment. The stone needs to go to someone who doesn't want what it gives, he said. Not wealth. Not immortality. Someone who just wants to keep it safe. That's elegant, Hermione said quietly. Dumbledore's very good at elegant, Harry said. Could you get it? Harry thought about this. Probably, he said. But not yet. Quirrell hasn't made his move. Voldemort isn't ready. He looked out the library window at the white grounds. When they go for it, I want to be there. Not before. Because? Because if I take the stone now and the confrontation doesn't happen, Voldemort finds another way in and we start again. This needs to end. He looked at her. Properly. Hermione absorbed this. You're going to let him come to the mirror. And be there when he does, Harry said. That's, she looked for the word. Necessary, Harry said. Dangerous, she said. Not particularly, he said, and he meant it, and she looked at him and believed him, which was one of the things he valued most about Hermione. She could tell the difference between bravado and assessment. Christmas at home was an intervention from the universe. Barry picked him up from King's Cross on the 20th and they drove home through central city traffic with the radio on too loud and Barry explaining, at significant speed, everything that had happened in Central City while Harry was away, which included a new meta, a situation with Cisco's latest tech, and an incident involving Joe's kitchen that nobody was fully permitted to discuss. Harry sat in the passenger seat and watched the city and felt something loosen in his chest that he hadn't noticed was tight. Clark came for Christmas dinner and Cisco and Caitlin came and Joe came, and it was exactly what it always had been, loud and warm and full of things happening simultaneously, and food that didn't quite fit on the table, and Barry eating faster than the conversation could accommodate, and Clark doing the washing up with the quiet thoroughness of someone who liked things clean, and Joe asking Harry careful, good questions about school. Harry told them about the flying and about the match and about Hermione and Ron, and about Dumbledore's mirror, which he explained with the same flat precision he used for everything, and Joe said, "What did you see in the mirror?" "You," Harry said, looking at the table of them. "All of you. Older. Fine." Barry made the expression that meant he was not going to say anything because what he wanted to say was too large for the current conversational register. "The stone," Barry said instead. "Someone's inside the school trying to get to it." "Voldemort," Harry said. "Through Quirrell. I've been watching them both." "Harry," Barry said, with a specific quality. "I've been handling it," Harry said. "I know you've been handling it," Barry said. "I'm saying I want to know when it moves. When it becomes active. Not after." "Before," Clark said, from the kitchen doorway. He was holding a dish towel and his expression was doing the very still thing in miniature, the hurricane-adjacent thing. "Before you go into whatever's under that school. You call first. If there's time," Harry said. "Make time," Clark said. Harry looked at him. Clark looked back. These two people, who had driven through the rain and knocked on his life and remade it from scratch, looking at him across a Christmas dinner table in Central City with the specific quality of concern that was really just love in its most functional expression. "Okay," Harry said. "Before." "Thank you," Clark said, and went back to the washing up. Barry reached over and stole a roast potato from Harry's plate, which Harry permitted because it was Christmas and also because Barry had been doing this for 6 years and it had become its own tradition. Harry went back to Hogwarts in January feeling reset. Spring came slowly to Scotland, grudgingly, in the manner of things that don't give up winter without a fight. By May the grounds were green and the lake was blue and examinations were approaching with the specific dread they produced in people who hadn't spent the year being systematically over-prepared. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had developed a study system that worked like a well-maintained engine, Hermione's organizational rigor, Harry's cross-subject pattern recognition, Ron's ability to reduce any concept to its plainest useful form, which was more valuable than it sounded because the plainest form was usually the one you could hold in your head under pressure. The monitoring on Quirrell had continued through spring. Harry had noted the intensification, longer periods at the third-floor corridor, shorter periods at meals, a visible deterioration in the physical presence of the man, as whatever was at the back of his turban demanded more and the host gave more than it had. There was something in watching this that Harry found difficult in a specific way. Quirrell had made a choice, and the choice was destroying him, and the thing destroying him was also the thing Harry was going to have to face, and Harry was not afraid of that thing, but he was clear-eyed about what it had already cost people. He was walking back from the library alone on the 1st of June when Dumbledore stopped him. Not in a corridor. Outside, on the grounds, near the greenhouses, Dumbledore was walking in the evening light with his hands behind his back and the expression of someone taking the air but actually conducting a much more deliberate exercise. "Harry," he said. "Walk with me." Harry walked with him. They went in silence for a moment, which Dumbledore managed in the way of someone who was comfortable with silence and also using it to see what Harry would do in it. Harry waited. "Quirrell is going to make his attempt tonight," Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. "You're leaving," Harry said. It wasn't an accusation. Dumbledore glanced at him with an expression that was its own complicated answer. "I have been summoned to the ministry." "The timing is, not coincidental," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. He said it with a frankness that Harry appreciated, not pretending the coincidence, not managing the information. "Just honest. Someone has arranged for me to be elsewhere." Someone with ministry connections who is more invested in this situation than they've disclosed. Who? That's a discussion for another time, Dumbledore said. What is relevant now is that the corridor will be accessible tonight, and Quirrell will go through it, and I will not be here. Harry looked at him. You want me to go, Harry said. I want you to choose, Dumbledore said carefully. There is a difference. Is there? Dumbledore paused. They walked a few more steps. The evening light was low and golden on the castle walls. I designed those protections knowing you might face them, he said. I did not design them as a trap for a child. I designed them as a corridor towards something that can only be obtained by someone with the right. He stopped. Heart, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. I believed, when I placed you with your aunt, that you would grow up small and unaware, that the mirror would show you a family, and that this would be the quality that made you pure enough to reach the stone. He looked at Harry. I was wrong about many things. But I was right about the quality. Harry thought about the mirror. The table at Christmas, Barry and Clark and Cisco and Caitlin and Joe. I'm not going for the stone, Harry said. No, Dumbledore said. But you'll keep it from someone who will use it to bring back the worst thing the wizarding world has produced in 500 years. He stopped walking and turned to face Harry fully. Can I ask what you intend? To go through the corridor, Harry said. To reach the mirror before Quirrell does or at the same time. To take the stone. He met Dumbledore's eyes. And then to deal with Voldemort. Deal with, Dumbledore said. He can't die properly without a body, Harry said. Killing Quirrell doesn't end it. Whatever fragment of Voldemort is in that turban is going to need somewhere to go. The question is whether it goes somewhere survivable or not. He paused. I know about the Horcruxes. Dumbledore went completely still. I don't know how many, Harry said. I don't know where they are. But I know the principle, pieces of soul hidden in objects, keeping him anchored to existence regardless of what happens to his body. He watched Dumbledore's face carefully. You've known about them for years. Harry, I'm not asking you to tell me tonight, Harry said. I'm telling you I know so you don't spend the next 6 years managing what I know. He held Dumbledore's gaze. We should be working together. Not you planning and me executing the plan without knowing I'm executing it. A long silence. Dumbledore looked at him, really looked, the way he had in the leaky cauldron, the calculating warmth stripped back to something genuine. You are not what I prepared for, he said, and this time it was simply true without being either apology or wonder. Just fact. I know, Harry said. Are we agreed? Another pause. Then Dumbledore inclined his head, a real acknowledgement, not a managed one. We are agreed, he said. When this is over, we will talk. Fully and honestly. Good, Harry said. He excused himself and went back inside, and went to Gryffindor Tower, and sent Barry the agreed signal on the bracelet, not the emergency signal, not 3 quick pulses. A different sequence, one they'd established in December, I'm doing the thing. Before it happens. You know. The response came in 8 seconds. 1 long pulse and 2 short. The code 4, I hear you. I'm here. Go. And then Clark's code, a different rhythm, because Clark had a separate receiver, 3 even pulses, slow and steady. The code they hadn't officially established but that had developed naturally out of enough haptic exchanges to have its own vocabulary. It meant, I'm proud of you. Be careful. I'm here. Harry took off the bracelet and put it in his trunk. He didn't need the weight of it where he was going, not because he was leaving them behind but because some things you did with your own 2 hands and the people who love you simply wait. He put his wand in his pocket, put Clark's field stone in his other pocket, and went to find Hermione and Ron. They were in the common room. Both of them. Together, which meant they'd been waiting, which meant they'd had the same read on the situation independently, which was one of the things Harry found continuously excellent about both of them. Hermione had a bag. Ron had his wand out already, which was very Ron. "Tonight," Harry said. "We know," Hermione said. "I was going to go alone," Harry said. "We know," Ron said. "I don't need, Harry," Hermione said, with the firm, warm, entirely non-negotiable quality she'd developed over 9 months of friendship with him. "We're coming." Harry looked at both of them. Ron was looking back with the stubborn Weasley affection that had become one of the most reliable things in Harry's life this year. Hermione's expression contained everything it usually contained: intelligence, determination, warmth, and also a quality Harry recognized from Barry and Clark, from Joe and Cisco, the quality of people who choose to stand next to you when they don't have to. "Okay," Harry said. Neville was awake in the corner by the fire with a herbology book open and looked up when they moved toward the portrait hole and said, "Are you doing something dangerous?" "Probably," Harry said. Neville looked at them for a moment. Then he closed his book and said, "Should I stay here?" Harry said. "If we're not back by morning, go to McGonagall." He looked at Neville. "Not Dumbledore. McGonagall." "Why?" Neville said. "Because McGonagall will be furious, but she'll act on it," Harry said. "Dumbledore might manage the information first." Neville accepted this with the growing steadiness that had been developing in him all year, the particular quiet accumulation of someone who was slowly becoming someone. "Okay," he said. "Be careful." "Always," Harry said. They went through the portrait hole. The third-floor corridor was unlocked, which confirmed that the night was in motion. The door to the trapdoor chamber was open, which confirmed further. Harry went through first, as was simply the practical arrangement given what he was. The dog was asleep, Fluffy, the three-headed Cerberus, all three of its massive heads down and snoring with a rhythm that shook the floor slightly. A harp was playing itself quietly in the corner, enchanted, maintaining the sleep. Someone had already been through. "Quirrell," Hermione said quietly. "Already ahead of us," Harry said. "Come on." He dropped through the trapdoor. The devil's snare was below, and it reached for all three of them immediately, which was what it did, wrap and squeeze, the instinct of a plant that had been bred toward an entirely unfriendly purpose. Harry felt it take his legs and he let it, feeling the nature of the thing, the specific biological persistence of it, and said, "It responds to light and heat." He didn't need to produce fire. He was warm, Speed Force warm, the specific warmth of someone whose metabolism ran at a constant accelerated rate, and he let that warmth radiate outward deliberately, not performing heat but releasing what was already there, and the snare withdrew from him immediately, hissing through its leaves like a disappointed thing. Hermione produced a fire. The snare released all three of them. The key chamber was full of winged keys, dozens of them, glittering, the right one among them somewhere. Harry looked at them for 3 seconds and then pointed. "That one. There, the one with the bent wing, near the left wall." "How did you?" Ron started. "Movement pattern," Harry said. "The others are decoys, they move freely. That one's slightly erratic, protecting something, not flying for its own sake." He grabbed a broom from the wall, mounted it, and had the key in his hand in 12 seconds, the other keys dive-bombing him in a furious swarm that he navigated with a calm, rolling series of adjustments that were mostly Speed Force reflex. He unlocked the door and they went through. The chessboard was enormous and the pieces were real, which Ron identified immediately by the way he went very still and then started studying the board with the full focused gravity of someone encountering a serious problem on their own terms. "This is McGonagall's," Ron said. "Yes," Harry said. "She loves this," Ron said. "She put her best version in here." He was already walking the board's edge, reading the positions. "It's set to win against standard play. You'd need to sacrifice major pieces." He looked at the board and then at Harry. "I can do it." "Are you sure?" Hermione said. Ron looked at her with an expression that was simultaneously modest and completely certain, which was a combination Harry had come to understand as Ron at his truest. "This is what I'm good at," Ron said. "You get to the end. I'll get you past." Harry looked at him. "We're not leaving you," he said. "Harry." Ron turned to him with the directness of someone who had made a decision and was offering it without ambiguity. "I know what I'm doing. I know what it'll cost. It's the right move and I can see it and you can't, and that matters." He met Harry's eyes. "Go. I'll be fine." Harry held the look for a moment. "If you're not fine when this is over, I'll be fine," Ron said. "Go." Harry nodded. He gripped Ron's shoulder once, briefly, in the way of people who don't have time for what they want to say and find something smaller that means the same. Then he and Hermione went through. The potions room was lit with purple flames at the ends and black flames at the one ahead, and 7 bottles on a table and a parchment clue. Hermione was reading it before Harry had finished taking in the room, running through the logic of the riddle with the specific speed she brought to puzzles, not fast, but complete, not moving until the answer was certain. She worked it out in 4 minutes. "This one goes forward," she said. "This one goes back." She looked at Harry. "There's only enough for one person to go forward." "I know," Harry said. "I'll go back to Ron," she said. "Yes," Harry said. She looked at him with an expression that contained several things, the largest of which was the particular look of someone who believes very completely in the person they're looking at and is trying to compress that belief into a moment. "Harry," she said. "I know," he said. "Be careful with the stone," she said, and she meant more than the stone. "I will," he said. She handed him the bottle. He drank it and felt the cold of the fire not touching him the way cold usually didn't touch him. The speed force carried its own temperature, and it met the potion's coldness and they reached a mutual understanding, and he walked through the black flames. The room beyond was lit softly, and in the center of it was the mirror. Quirrell was standing in front of it. His robes were disheveled and his hands were clasped, and he was staring into the mirror with the specific desperation of someone who had been at a problem for months and was still not through it. He didn't hear Harry come in because Harry, when he chose, was entirely silent, and because Quirrell was too consumed to be listening. Harry walked to the center of the room and stood there and said, "Hello, Professor." Quirrell spun. The stammer was entirely gone. "Potter," he said. Flat and cold and final. "You can't get the stone from the mirror," Harry said. "You've been trying since November. You can't get it because wanting to use it blocks you from reaching it. That's the protection." Quirrell stared at him. "How long have you?" "October," Harry said. Quirrell was quiet for a moment, recalibrating. Then something moved at the back of his head, a shifting beneath the turban, an attention turning forward from somewhere else. Quirrell's posture changed, became different, inhabited by something that wasn't Quirrell. "Harry Potter," said the voice from beneath the turban. Quiet. Cold. The kind of cold that was below weather, the kind that was the absence of warmth as a fundamental condition. "Voldemort," Harry said. "I had hoped we would meet," the voice said. "Under different circumstances. You have grown into something unexpected." "I've been told," Harry said. "Get the stone for me," Voldemort said. "Look into the mirror. You can reach it, I know you can, I can feel what you are. Give it to me, and I will let your friends live. I will give you power beyond." "No," Harry said. "No," Voldemort repeated, and something in the word suggested this was not a response he encountered often. "You killed my parents," Harry said. "You spent 10 years trying to come back so you could continue being a person who kills people to stay alive. That's what you are. That's the whole thing." He took one step toward the mirror. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm not angry at you. You're just a problem that needs resolving." A beat of silence. "You are not afraid," Voldemort said, and the voice contained something Harry hadn't expected, something that was almost wonder and almost outrage and was entirely genuine, which made it more unnerving than anything else he could have said. No, Harry said. He turned to the mirror and looked into it. The mirror showed him the room. And then it showed him holding the stone, a small, red stone, warm in his hand, holding it not to use it but simply to keep it away from this. The desire was exactly right. The clarity was complete. And in his actual hand, not the mirror's hand but his own, something dropped, light and small and warm. He closed his fingers around it. The stone was in his hand. He turned back. Quirrell's face had gone through several stages and arrived at something beyond desperation, and beyond Quirrell entirely. Voldemort's presence was fully forward now, using the host completely, and Quirrell crossed the room toward Harry with his hands raised, and Harry stepped aside, not fast enough to be invisible but fast enough to be simply not where Quirrell's hands were. Interesting, Harry said, watching the move. He stepped aside again, and again, not running, not fighting, just continuously not being where Quirrell expected him to be, which was deeply disorienting to someone accustomed to people standing in place to be harmed. You need to touch me, Harry said. To take it. That's what you're trying to do. Quirrell snarled and lunged, and Harry's hand closed around Quirrell's wrist as it reached him. The effect was immediate and bilateral. For Harry, a burning sensation that ran up from his palm and into his arm, the speed force and the magic in him both responding simultaneously to something they recognized as fundamentally wrong, parasitic, death-adjacent, the opposite of life in a way that both his powers recognized viscerally and opposed. For Quirrell, worse. The burning was visible on Quirrell's skin, blistering, spreading from the point of contact, Quirrell screaming in a way that was two voices at once, one terrified and one furious and both in agony. Harry didn't let go. Not because he was being cruel, there was nothing cruel in it, but because he understood what his touch was doing, and he understood that this was the resolution he'd come for. Lily Potter's sacrificial magic, still alive in his skin. The speed force, which was life made pure velocity. The magic that was his by inheritance and by choice and by 6 years of being loved. All of it, meeting the fragment of Voldemort and refusing it, the way a living body refuses infection, at a cellular level, absolutely. Let go, Voldemort's voice said, cracked and enormous with pain. In a moment, Harry said. He held on for exactly long enough. And then he released Quirrell's wrist and stepped back, and Quirrell collapsed, and the turban began to unravel, and Harry watched what was left of Voldemort depart, a pale, formless thing, screaming, passing through Harry as it tried to flee, and Harry felt it like a pressure and a cold and a scream that was inside his skull for approximately 2 seconds, and the speed force and the magic closed around it like a hand closing, and it was gone. Not dead. Not destroyed, the Horcruxes made that impossible, and Harry knew it. But stripped of its host, bodiless, hurled back into the wandering nothingness it had occupied for 10 years. Set back to zero. Quirrell was still on the floor. Harry crouched beside him and checked his pulse, which was faint and irregular, and his breathing, which was shallow. Damage was severe. Harry looked at him for a moment, this man who had made a catastrophic choice and paid a catastrophic price, and felt something that was not quite sympathy and not quite indifference, and was probably just the recognition that bad choices and suffering weren't always proportionate, and that this was not something Harry had caused. He stood up. He opened his fist and looked at the stone, small and red and warm, exactly as it had appeared in the mirror. He put it in his pocket alongside Clark's field stone from Smallville. Then he sat down on the floor of the mirror room and let the speed force do what it did when it had been running hot, flow back to baseline, redistribute, settle. His hand was blistered where he'd held Quirrell's wrist, not badly, but present. He looked at it with the clinical interest of someone examining data. The room was quiet and old, and the mirror stood behind him reflecting whatever it reflected now, and the stone was in his pocket, and somewhere above him Hermione was helping Ron, and Ron was fine because Harry had been told Ron would be fine, and Ron was not a person who was wrong about his own calculations. He sent the signal on the bracelet. Not the haptic code. Just a steady pulse, even and slow, that meant, here, done, fine. The response came in 11 seconds. 3 even pulses. Slow and steady. I know. I'm here. Well done. Harry sat in the mirror room for another 3 minutes and let himself be still, which was something Barry had taught him was as important as speed, the full stop, the reset, the moment of not moving that made the next movement possible. Then he stood up, pocketed the stone again, and went to find his friends. Chapter 6. What the prophecy didn't account for. Harry came up through the trapdoor into the third-floor corridor with the stone in his pocket and Hermione at his shoulder and Ron being carried between them because Ron's chess sacrifice had been precisely what he'd said it would be, the right move, fully understood, and the cost had been a broken collarbone and a concussion that had knocked him out when the White Queen took him off the board. He was breathing fine. His pulse was strong. He was going to be furious when he woke up that he'd missed the end of it. Hermione had stabilized him with a competence that suggested she'd read a field medicine guide at some point, which Harry put at approximately 100% certainty. They got him through the corridor, down the stairs, and into the hospital wing before McGonagall had been summoned. She arrived 4 minutes after they did, which meant someone had alerted her, which meant Neville had done exactly what Harry had asked. Madame Pomfrey descended on Ron with the focused authority of a healer who had seen first-years come through her door in various states of self-inflicted damage for 30 years and was fully equipped for all of it. She moved Hermione out of the way with the gentle firmness of someone removing an obstacle from a workspace she respected but needed clear, and got to work. McGonagall stood in the doorway. She looked at Ron. She looked at Harry and Hermione. Her gaze moved to Harry's hand, which still showed the blistering from Quirrell's wrist, and her expression did something controlled and very swift. "Professor Quirrell is in the mirror room," Harry said. "He's alive. He needs medical attention and probably ministry intervention." He reached into his pocket and held out the stone. "This needs to go to Dumbledore." McGonagall crossed the room and took the stone from his hand with a precision that was all reflex, no performance, a person good enough at their job that even extraordinary situations were handled with the same muscle memory as ordinary ones. She looked at it for a moment. Then she looked at Harry. "Are you hurt?" she said. "My hand," Harry said. "It's minor." "Sit down," she said. He sat. Hermione sat next to him immediately, which was Hermione, not because she needed to sit but because she wasn't leaving. McGonagall went to Pomfrey, said something quiet, and Pomfrey shifted her attention to Harry's hand without breaking the rhythm of her work on Ron, moving between them with an efficiency that suggested she could treat multiple patients simultaneously without dropping quality on either. The burn salve was cool and immediate. Pomfrey wrapped his hand without commentary, which he appreciated. "Neville sent me," McGonagall said, coming back to stand before them. She looked at Harry with the expression he'd learned to read over the year, the one that was structurally complicated, that contained things she'd decided not to say directly and was saying indirectly through her posture. "I told him to come to you," Harry said. "You told him specifically not to go to Dumbledore," she said. Her voice was even. "Yes," Harry said. She looked at him for a long moment. "He's been summoned back," she said. "He'll be here by morning." "I know," Harry said. "We should probably talk before he arrives." "Yes," McGonagall said, with the tone of someone who had been expecting this sentence and had been thinking about her answer since Neville knocked on her door 40 minutes ago. "We should." The conversation with McGonagall lasted 2 hours. It happened in her office, which was precise and orderly in the way of spaces owned by people who thought carefully about where things went, with a small fire and a tartan tin of biscuits that she produced without ceremony and that Hermione ate 3 of while making notes, because Hermione made notes during important conversations reflexively and nobody had ever successfully stopped her. Harry told her everything. Not the managed version, not the version calibrated for what she needed to know, all of it. Quirrell from October. The mirror in November. Voldemort's voice. The Horcruxes, which made her go still in a specific way that told him she hadn't known about those, which told him something about how Dumbledore had been distributing information. He told her about his training. About Barry and Clark. About Dr. Okafor and the Speed Force and the 6 years of systematic preparation that had made him what he walked into Hogwarts as. He told her this not to impress or to manage her reaction but because McGonagall was too sharp to be given a partial picture and too honest to be comfortable with one, and because the partial picture had been causing problems and Harry was done with partial pictures. She listened with complete attention throughout, and she was quiet for a moment after he finished. "You walked into that mirror room tonight knowing what you'd find," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "Alone," she said. Not accusatory. Just precise. "With Ron's help getting through the chess board and Hermione's help with the potions," Harry said. "I wasn't alone. I was specific about who was needed where." She looked at him. "You made tactical decisions about your friends." "They made their own decisions," Harry said. "I told them what I knew. They chose to come. Ron chose the sacrifice. Hermione chose to go back. Nobody was assigned a role they didn't take on themselves." He held her gaze. "I'm 11. I'm aware of what that sounds like. But I grew up with people who made life or death decisions regularly and I know the difference between using people and working with them." McGonagall was quiet again, with the particular quality of quiet that was thinking rather than managing. "The Horcruxes," she said. "How long have you known?" "Since I was about 9, Harry said. Dr. Okafor has sources. Some of Dumbledore's work from the 40s can be read as adjacent to the research if you know what you're looking for." He paused. "I don't know the full scope. I know the principle and I know he made more than one. The diary came up in some accounts of the First War." McGonagall said nothing for a moment. Then she said, "I am going to have a serious conversation with Albus when he arrives." "I'd appreciate being part of it," Harry said. She looked at him with the expression she'd been calibrating all year, the one she'd started with as polite professional reserve and had revised, by degrees, into something that was closer to the expression Jo used when Harry explained something that shouldn't have been possible for a child his age. "I'll arrange it," she said. Hermione had stopped taking notes and was looking at McGonagall with an expression that was calculating and warm in equal measure. "Professor," she said. "You've known something was wrong all year. You've known about Quirrell." McGonagall looked at her. "I had suspicions," she said carefully. "Did you tell Dumbledore?" "Dumbledore was aware," McGonagall said, and the way she said it told them both that this had been a source of friction, and that the friction was ongoing, and that McGonagall's relationship with Dumbledore's management of information was not without its tensions. "Good," Hermione said, with a firmness that made McGonagall look at her with something that might have been the beginning of being very impressed. Harry stood up. "I should go check on Ron," he said. He looked at McGonagall. "The stone will need to be dealt with. Flamel should be told. Dumbledore will. I think Flamel has the right to make the decision about the stone," Harry said. "It's his. Dumbledore should ask, not decide." McGonagall looked at him with an expression that was somewhere between agreement and the exhaustion of a person who was accumulating a great many things she was going to need to address. "Go check on your friend, Mr. Potter," she said. "The rest will be addressed tomorrow." Harry went back to the hospital wing and sat beside Ron's bed and looked at him, the steady breathing, the bandaged collarbone, the Weasley red hair bright against the pillow. Hermione sat on the other side, and after a while she put her forehead down on her folded arms on the edge of the bed and fell asleep like that, and Harry sat awake with his wrapped hand resting on his knee and watched the night move through the window until dawn began, slow and grey and undramatic, making itself known. Ron opened his eyes at 7 in the morning and said, "Did we win?" "Yes," Harry said. Ron closed his eyes again. "Good," he said. Then, without opening them, "Did you get the stone?" "Got it." "Voldemort?" "Gone. For now." Ron opened his eyes properly. He looked at Harry's hand. He looked at Hermione asleep at the foot of the bed. He looked at the ceiling for a moment. "You could have not told us," Ron said. "You could have gone by yourself." "Yes," Harry said. "But you didn't," Ron said. "No," Harry said. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, "Thanks for that." You solved the chess board, Harry said. Obviously, Ron said. Nobody else would have, Harry said. Ron looked at him with the expression of someone receiving something they'd needed and were still working on believing they deserved. Anybody could have figured it out, he said. They couldn't, Harry said simply. You did. Ron said nothing else for a bit. The hospital wing was quiet around them. Then he said, my collarbone. Broken, Harry said. Pomfrey says a week. A week, Ron said, processing the inconvenience. Does my mum know? Not yet, Harry said. She's going to, he stopped. Reconsidered. She's going to want to come here. Probably, Harry said. She'll want to meet you, Ron said. I know, Harry said. I'm looking forward to it. Ron smiled at the ceiling, the big Weasley smile that Harry had learned in September and still found reliably warming. She's going to think you're wonderful, he said. Just so you know. You're going to walk in there and she's going to try to feed you immediately. That's the best possible outcome, Harry said. Hermione stirred and lifted her head and blinked at them both and said, Is he awake? And Ron said, Obviously, and she made a sound of profound relief and then immediately became brisk and practical, which was Hermione recovering from emotion by converting it into efficiency, and Harry watched this with enormous fondness. Dumbledore arrived at 9. Harry knew because the castle told him, the specific shift in ambient magic that came when Dumbledore was in the building, the old magic responding to its architect's return the way a house responds to its owner's key in the lock. He was in the hospital wing finishing breakfast that Pomfrey had brought when McGonagall appeared in the doorway and said, He's ready for you. For us, Harry said, and looked at Ron. Ron was sitting up in bed. I can't walk there, he said. You don't need to, Harry said. He looked at Hermione. Hermione was already standing, smoothing her robes, with the expression of someone who had prepared several things to say and was selecting the order. McGonagall led them out of the hospital wing and up through the castle, which was quiet this early and very old in the specific Saturday morning way of Hogwarts, stones and portraits and the distant sound of someone practicing in the music room, and the smell of the castle that Harry had absorbed over the year until it was just the smell of the place he was currently calling home. Dumbledore's office was at the top of a spiral staircase behind a gargoyle, which was very Dumbledore, the aesthetic of security without the substance of it, because if you needed a gargoyle to keep people out then you'd already lost the important argument. The office was circular and lined with moving portraits and curious silver instruments and bookshelves that went from floor to ceiling, and behind the desk was Dumbledore in robes of deep green, looking, Harry thought, somewhat tired in a way he usually concealed better. He stood when they came in. He looked at Harry first, then at Hermione, then at the door as if expecting Ron, and then back to Harry. Mr. Weasley is resting, Harry said. He wanted to be here. I told him we'd fill him in. Of course, Dumbledore said. Sit down, please. They sat. Dumbledore sat. McGonagall remained standing by the window with an expression that suggested she had already had a version of this conversation with Dumbledore this morning and it had contained some friction. First, Dumbledore said. Are you hurt? He said it to Harry specifically, with the quality of someone asking a real question rather than a procedural one. My hand, Harry said. Pomfrey treated it. I'll have some scarring, possibly. He held up the wrapped hand. It's manageable. Dumbledore looked at it with an expression that was controlled and unhappy. The contact with Quirrell, he said. With Voldemort, through Quirrell, Harry said. The blistering is from whatever he was, in that state. It doesn't damage me functionally. Your mother's protection, Dumbledore said. Combined with everything else in me, Harry said. Yes. A brief silence. Dumbledore's hands were flat on the desk, a stillness that was chosen, Harry could see, that was managing something. He looked at Harry with the expression of a man who had been building toward a conversation for decades and had arrived at it under different circumstances than planned. You know about the Horcruxes, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. McGonagall had clearly told him. Yes, Harry said. How many do you believe there are? I don't know precisely, Harry said. More than one. The diary was mentioned in accounts from the First War. Given the principal and given who he is, I'd expect the number to be symbolic. I'd guess 6 or 7 objects total, with the diary being one. He paused. The 7th piece was what was in Quirrell's turban. What I pushed out last night. Dumbledore was looking at him with the expression that Harry had first seen at the Leaky Cauldron, genuine recalibration, deep and ongoing, adjusting to something that kept being larger than expected. The number is 6 objects, Dumbledore said, after a moment, and saying it seemed to cost him something, the cost of giving information rather than withholding it, the cost of choosing collaboration over management. Including one that I believe is, he stopped. Inside me, Harry said. Dumbledore went very still. McGonagall made a sound that wasn't a word. The night he killed my parents, Harry said. He tried to use the killing curse on a 1-year-old and the curse reflected. When a piece of soul is violently ripped away, it seeks an anchor, the nearest living thing. The nearest living thing was me. He said it with the flat precision of someone who had worked this out years ago and had had a long time to sit with it. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul inside me. Has been since I was 15 months old. The office was very quiet. How long have you known? Dumbledore asked. His voice was careful in a way it almost never was, careful in the way of someone walking on something they're not sure will hold. I worked it out when I was 9, Harry said. The logic is straightforward once you know the principle. The scar isn't just a scar. It connects me to him. I've felt it. When the fragment in Quirrell's turban was nearby, the scar responded. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I know what you've been planning. I know what the prophecy requires. Harry, he can't be destroyed while the Horcruxes exist, Harry said. And one of the Horcruxes is in me. Which means at some point, for the destruction to be complete, I'd need to. He stopped, not because the sentence was hard but because he was being precise. Die, or something equivalent. So that the piece inside me can be destroyed. The silence this time was different. It had a weight that was specifically about the gap between knowing something and hearing it said by the person it concerns, in a calm voice, by someone who is 11 years old. That's what you've been keeping, Harry said. That's the thing you've been managing around. The thing that made you want me small and unaware, because someone who knows this is harder to lead to the right place at the right time. Dumbledore said nothing. His hands were still flat on the desk and his eyes were on Harry and the expression on his face was the most unguarded one Harry had seen from him, past the warmth and the calculation and the wisdom and the performance, down to something that was just an old man carrying a terrible thing and knowing it was terrible. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. Okay, Harry said. Okay, Dumbledore repeated, like the word didn't quite parse. I'm not angry, Harry said. I understand the reasoning. You needed something that would work regardless of variables, and a person who doesn't know they're going to die will walk into it more naturally than a person who does. He held Dumbledore's gaze. But I'm telling you now that this information belongs to me. It's about me. And I'm the one who gets to decide what to do with it. Harry, McGonagall said, from the window, and her voice had something in it that Harry hadn't heard from her before, something unguarded, something that was simply human and upset. I'm fine, Harry said to her. He meant it. This isn't a crisis. It's a problem with a solution. The solution involves destroying the other Horcruxes first, and then dealing with the one in me, and there might be a way to do that without the obvious endpoint. He looked at Dumbledore. The Speed Force interacts with magic in ways that have never been documented because this configuration has never existed before. Dr. Okafor has been studying it for 4 years. There are things in my system that might be able to extract and destroy a soul fragment without killing the host. He paused. I don't know yet. But the conversation needs to be happening, and it can't happen if you're managing what I know. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. You came here prepared to tell me all of this, Dumbledore said. Yes, Harry said. Last night, going through that corridor, you knew about the Horcrux in you, and you still walked into the room, Harry said. Because I'm not afraid of what I am, and I'm not afraid of what it means, and I was never going to let Voldemort get the stone regardless of the complexity of the situation. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. I need you to work with me. Not for me. Not managing me from a distance. With me. The office was very quiet. Then Dumbledore said, yes. Just that. No elaboration, no wise framing, no warmth deployed for effect. Just the word, meaning what it meant. Harry nodded. Good, he said. I want to start with the diary. And I want to know who in the Ministry was pulling strings to get you away from the school last night. Dumbledore blinked, the specific blink of someone slightly surprised to find themselves following rather than leading. McGonagall, by the window, made a sound that was almost a laugh. Lucius Malfoy, Dumbledore said. Pressuring the Board of Governors. He has been more active than the Ministry is aware of. He should be more carefully watched, Harry said. He will be, Dumbledore said. He said it with the tone of someone making a genuine commitment rather than a managed response, which Harry could tell the difference between, and it was the genuine kind. Harry stood up. We should talk about examinations, he said. I've missed 2 days of revision. McGonagall made the sound again, more definitively this time. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said. Harry looked back. Dumbledore looked at him from behind the desk with the full, unmanaged version of his attention, no performance, no wisdom deployment, just the real thing, which was substantial even without the frame around it. I owe you a great many apologies, he said. I will spend some time working out how to make them adequately. Start with the honest version, Harry said. That's usually adequate. He and Hermione left the office. On the spiral staircase, Hermione grabbed his arm and pulled him to a stop and looked at him with an expression that contained an enormous amount, everything she'd been managing since he'd said the words "piece of Voldemort's soul inside me" in a calm voice without apparent crisis. Harry, she said. I know, he said. You've known since you were 9, she said. Yes. And you, she stopped. She was doing the thing she did when too many things were happening internally and they were competing for exit. You came to Hogwarts anyway. You went through that corridor last night anyway. You sat in that room, Hermione, he said. I'm not going to die. I'm working on it. You said you might be able to, I said there might be a way, he said. I meant it. The Speed Force and the magic together do things that have no precedent. Dr. Okafor has been documenting the interactions for 4 years. We don't know what they can do yet. He looked at her. And if it turns out they can't do what I need them to do, then I'll face that when I reach it. I'm not going to waste the years between now and then being afraid of a possibility. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Her eyes were bright with something she was managing very competently. You're the bravest person I've ever met, she said. I grew up with very good examples, Harry said. She pulled him into a hug without warning, which was not very Hermione. She was precise about physical space usually, and it lasted about 3 seconds and then she stepped back and smoothed her robes and walked down the stairs with her chin up and her expression extremely composed. Harry followed her, smiling at the back of her head. Barry and Clark arrived at 11. Harry knew they were coming because of the signal on the bracelet, a new sequence, one that wasn't in the original code but that had developed naturally over the year as a kind of shorthand, a sequence that meant we're in the area, how do we get in without starting something? He was in the entrance hall when the doors opened. Barry was first, in jeans and a jacket, no cowl, no suit, just Barry, and he walked through the doors at the speed of a man who had been moving very fast and was making himself slow down for the current context, and his eyes found Harry immediately the way they always did, the specific calibration of someone who had been calculating your well-being from a distance for 10 months and was now doing it from 15 feet. He looked at Harry's wrapped hand. His jaw tightened. It's minor, Harry said. I know, Barry said. Pomfrey sent the report to the bracelet. He closed the distance and pulled Harry into a hug that was fast and tight in the Barry way, brief in duration, complete in quality, saying everything it needed to say in approximately 2 seconds. I know, he said again, into Harry's hair, with a different emphasis. Clark came through the door behind him and stopped when he saw Harry and did the very still thing for a moment, and then crossed the hall and crouched slightly to put himself at Harry's level, which Clark did every time, had done since Privet Drive, never stopped doing, and looked at him. Are you all right? Clark said. Yes, Harry said. Clark looked at him with the full-spectrum version of his attention, not the X-ray vision, just the Clark attention, which had its own particular penetrative quality. He was checking something more than the physical. He nodded slowly, confirming what he'd found. You did that on your own terms, Clark said. Mostly, Harry said. Hermione and Ron, on your terms, Clark said. The way you decided it needed to happen. Yes, Harry said. Clark looked at him for a moment longer. Then he straightened up and put a hand on Harry's shoulder, brief and solid, and said, Good. Harry had been expecting something larger than that. He'd been braced, slightly, for the longer version, for Barry's compressed rapid-fire concern and Clark's quiet thorough check-in, and both of those had happened, but the word good from Clark, in that register, with that weight behind it, landed in Harry's chest and stayed there. Dumbledore wants to meet you, Harry said. I've been wanting to meet Dumbledore, Barry said, with an extremely specific tone. Barry, Harry said. I'm fine, Barry said. You're going to say things, Harry said. I'm going to say appropriate things, Barry said. Appropriate is doing a lot of work in that sentence, Harry said. Clark will manage the register, Barry said. I have mixed feelings about that plan, Clark said. Harry looked at both of them, these two people, standing in the entrance hall of Hogwarts like the world's most overqualified parents at a school open day, visibly and entirely themselves and making no adjustment for the context because they'd never learned to make those adjustments and Harry had never wanted them to, and felt something that had no better word than home. Come on, he said. I'll take you up. They walked through Hogwarts together, Harry in the middle, and the castle responded to them the way it responded to everything unusual, with the particular attentiveness of something very old that had seen a great deal and still found certain things surprising. Portraits watched. Staircases adjusted. Students who passed in the corridors did the double take of people encountering something they weren't quite categorizing correctly, two men in Muggle clothes, one of them absurdly tall, walking with Harry Potter like they knew the layout. Hermione appeared from a side corridor and fell into step without being asked. Ron appeared at the top of the stairs in a borrowed wheelchair that he was piloting with the aggressive competence of someone who had decided if he was going to be in a wheelchair for a week he was going to be the best person in a wheelchair the castle had ever seen. You must be Ron, Barry said immediately. And you're Barry, Ron said, with the specific recognition of someone who had been hearing about a person for 9 months and was now performing rapid confirmation. You built the bracelet. Guilty, Barry said. It's good work, Ron said, with the authority of someone whose father built things enthusiastically. The signal encoding is elegant. Barry looked at him with the expression of someone delighted to find competence in unexpected places. How do you, my dad explains how Muggle things work, Ron said. I've been thinking about the signal architecture. Can we talk about it? Absolutely we can, Barry said, and Ron wheeled his chair alongside Barry as they walked, and they were deep in technical discussion within approximately 30 seconds, which was either chaos or exactly right, and Harry thought it was exactly right. Clark fell into step beside Hermione, who looked up at him with the precise evaluative look she used for things she'd heard about but needed to assess directly. Clark met it with his usual calm. You're the steady one, she said. So I've been told, Clark said. Harry talks about you differently than he talks about Barry, she said. Barry is present tense. You're more like, structure. Foundation. Clark considered this. Barry runs toward things, he said. I try to understand them first. He looked at her. You're similar to that, actually. Hermione looked slightly startled, which meant she hadn't expected to recognize herself in the description. I suppose, she said. He trusts your mind completely, Clark said. I want you to know that. He's talked about you and Ron in his messages. You should hear how he describes you. Hermione was quiet for a moment with the expression of someone receiving something they hadn't prepared a response for. How? She said, more quietly. Like you're already family, Clark said simply. Like you've been family for longer than 9 months. Hermione didn't say anything to that. She walked with a slightly different quality for the rest of the corridor, something in her bearing that was subtly more settled, like a calibration had been confirmed. The meeting with Dumbledore was not the explosive reckoning that some part of Harry had been half expecting from Barry. It was, instead, the more difficult version, a careful, honest, sustained conversation between people who had significant things to say to each other and were choosing to say them all the way rather than stopping at the easy surface. Dumbledore received Barry and Clark with the specific attention he gave to things that required genuine recalibration, and Barry sat across from him and said, without preamble, he was in a cupboard for 5 years. Yes, Dumbledore said. You knew, Barry said. I knew the living situation was difficult, Dumbledore said. I did not know, the bruise on his arm, Barry said. The cat flap on the door. The half a picture book. He said each one with the flat precision of someone who had been holding these items in storage for 6 years and was finally putting them on the table. He told me he used to think someone would come. He said he wasn't sure. Dumbledore was quiet. He was right, Barry said. Someone came. By accident. Because the speed force pointed me at a house in Surrey in the rain. He leaned forward. What I'm telling you is that the plan nearly produced something different. It nearly produced a boy so damaged he'd have been a different person. And the different person might not have walked through that corridor last night, or if he had, he might not have come back. I understand, Dumbledore said. I'm not sure you do, Barry said. Because understanding it means understanding that the plan was wrong. Not just the execution, the principle. You can't build someone's life around a function. They'll stop working the function and just be the life. Clark said, from beside him, what Barry is trying to say. I heard what Barry was trying to say, Dumbledore said. He looked at Barry with the real expression again, the unguarded one. I believe he said it correctly. Barry held his gaze for a moment and then sat back, and the energy in him shifted from the compressed pressure of something that had been building for 6 years to something that was not resolution but was adjacent to it. He told me this morning, Clark said, about the Horcrux. In himself. Dumbledore was very still. He's known since he was 9, Clark said. He told us in a kitchen in Central City over coffee, in the same tone he'd used to tell us about a difficult equation. He paused. Do you understand what that means? A 9-year-old absorbed information that would have broken most adults and processed it and kept going. He looked at Dumbledore. That's not because he's exceptional, although he is. It's because he had a framework. A foundation. People who showed him how to be in the world without being crushed by it. Yes, Dumbledore said. We're not here to punish you, Clark said. We're here because you need to know what you're working with now. You're not working with the boy you planned for. You're working with Harry. He looked at him directly. And Harry works best when he's treated as a partner. I know, Dumbledore said. He said it with the weight of genuine learning rather than managed acknowledgement, which was the difference Barry and Clark had been assessing for. Barry looked at Clark. The compressed conversation. Then Barry looked at Dumbledore and said, the Horcrux inside him. He said you might have been planning. I was, Dumbledore said. Simply. No padding. Barry was quiet for a long moment. Fix it, he said. That's not a plan we're accepting. Find another way. Use whatever resources you have and whatever resources we have and find another way. Because that endpoint is not something I'm willing to, Barry, Harry said. Barry looked at him. I know, Harry said. I already told him. Barry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, once. I have a theory, Harry said. Dr. Okafor has research. The Speed Force might be able to do something that magic alone can't. We need time and access and collaboration. He looked at Dumbledore. Are we going to have that? Yes, Dumbledore said, with the full weight of a person who has made a decision and means it. Good, Harry said. Then we're aligned. The morning light was in the office now, coming through the window at an angle that caught the silver instruments on their shelves and made them glitter, and outside the castle the grounds were bright and the lake was its summer blue, and Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, had come in sometime during the conversation and perched on his stand and was watching everything with the particular calm of something ancient and largely unbothered by the temporal concerns of shorter-lived beings. Harry looked at the phoenix and the phoenix looked at him, and then it let out one note, not the famous phoenix song, just one note, clear and brief and warm, in the way that a single musical note can be complete rather than partial. Harry looked at his wand in his pocket, holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather, and thought about twin wands and about what connected them and about the fact that whatever connected them was not, in the end, the thing that would determine how this ended. He was. The last days of term passed in the specific way of endings, slow at first, then suddenly fast, time compressing toward a point. Ron's collarbone healed. He received an owl from his mother that arrived at breakfast on the Tuesday after the mirror room and was 3 pages long and smelled slightly of the cooking she'd been doing when she wrote it, and Ron read it at the table with his ears going pink and passed it to Harry without comment. Harry read it. Molly Weasley's handwriting was round and emphatic and she had a quality of love that expressed itself as concern and concern that expressed itself as instruction, and the letter contained very specific instructions about what Ron should and should not be doing with a healing collarbone, and then a paragraph about Harry that said, among other things, that any friend of Ron's was welcome at the Burrow this summer, any time, and she meant it, and she'd heard things about the year and she was proud of both of them, and she hoped Harry was eating properly. Harry folded the letter and handed it back and said, "Your mum writes well." Ron took it back. "She'll tell me off in person when I get home," he said. "The letter is the formal version." "She sounds extraordinary," Harry said. "She's a lot," Ron said, with the specific tone of deep affection that was uncomfortable with being identified as deep affection. "I'd like to meet her," Harry said. Ron looked at him. "You should come this summer." "I already asked Mom." She said obviously. "Obviously?" Harry said. She said, and I quote, "Obviously yes, don't be ridiculous, tell him now." Harry smiled. "Tell her yes from me," he said. Hermione was going home for the summer too, her parents in London, who had been receiving monthly letters all year from their daughter about the extraordinary reality of a world they'd sent her into mostly on trust, and who had apparently developed an active correspondence with Barry about the educational overlap between magical and non-magical learning, which Barry had mentioned in a haptic code sequence that Harry had had to interpret over about 20 minutes. He told Hermione this on the train back. She stared at him. "Barry has been writing to my parents." "Apparently," Harry said. "About what?" "Curriculum design," Harry said. "And probably about you." Hermione looked slightly overwhelmed and then composed herself. She stopped. "He didn't have to do that." "No," Harry said. "He wanted to." She was quiet for a moment. Outside the window, Scotland gave way to England in gradual stages, the light changing quality as they went south. "Do you think they'll worry less?" she said. "My parents. Now that they know that you're brilliant and capable and handled yourself better than most adults would have in the same situation." Harry said. "Probably not much less. That's parents." Hermione laughed, a real laugh, the one she had when something was both funny and true. "Yes," she said. "That is parents. Ron was asleep across the compartment with his legs taking up significantly more than his fair share of the seat and his collarbone in its last brace and his chocolate frog cards in a loose pile on his chest where he'd been sorting them before dozing off. Neville was reading with the comfortable absorption of someone who had found their reading identity this year and was now exercising it confidently. Outside, the English countryside scrolled past in the long gold light of early June. Harry looked at it all, his friends, the light, the moving world, and felt the speed force doing its quiet thing and the magic doing its quiet thing, and felt them running parallel and integrated the way Dr. Okafor had said, the doubled circuitry, and thought about what Dumbledore had said and what Barry had said and what Clark had said, and what he himself had said in that mirror room on the cold stone floor. He thought about the Horcruxes. 5 of them remaining, somewhere in the world, objects with pieces of soul in them, dark anchors holding Voldemort to existence past any natural ending. He was going to find them and destroy them. He was going to do it with the people around him and the people waiting for him at King's Cross and the people at the Burrow and the people at Hogwarts who had chosen, in their different ways, to stop managing and start working with him. And the peace inside him, he was going to find a way. The speed force and the magic working in ways that had no precedent, Dr. Okafor's 4 years of documentation, the things that happened when both systems ran at full capacity together. He didn't have the answer yet. He was going to find it. That was what you did with problems, you ran at them with everything you had until you found the angle. He was not afraid. He was, very specifically, interested. The train pulled into King's Cross at 4 in the afternoon and Barry was on the platform, which meant Barry had been on the platform since at least 2 o'clock and was pretending he hadn't been, and Clark was beside him in reading glasses and a grey shirt and the specific expression of someone who was being very calm about being extremely glad to see someone. Harry stepped off the train. Barry said, "Hey, kid," which was what Barry said when too much had happened for any other opening. "Hey," Harry said. "How was the train?" "Good," Harry said. "Ron's got a theory about signal encoding I want to run by Cisco." "Of course he does," Barry said. "Clark brought food." "I brought sandwiches," Clark clarified. "Barry ate 2 of them on the way here." "They were accessible," Barry said. Harry grinned. He introduced Ron and Hermione to them on the platform in the arriving crowd chaos of King's Cross, and it was brief and warm and everything that brief warm introductions at train stations are, the establishing of a connection that will be developed later, the first chord of something that's going to become a longer piece. Molly Weasley descended on the platform with the force of a natural event and took Ron immediately and kissed the top of his head and then turned and saw Harry and said, "Harry Potter, you look like you need a proper meal," which was possibly the most welcome thing Harry had heard since Gryffindor echoing off the stone walls of the Great Hall. "Mrs. Weasley," Barry said, from beside Harry. Molly Weasley turned and assessed Barry Allen with the specific maternal assessment of a woman who had made rapid judgments about the intentions of people around her children for 20 years and had an excellent record. She looked at Clark. She looked back at Harry. "You raised this boy," she said to Barry and Clark together, with the tone of a verdict. "Yes," Clark said. "Good," Molly said, with an emphasis that meant considerably more than the word surface, and then she turned back to her family and the reunion absorbed the Weasleys into its warm, loud, inevitable center. Hermione's parents were on the platform too, a couple who looked at their daughter with the specific combination of relief and pride and slightly overwhelmed wonder of people who had sent a child into a world they didn't understand and gotten her back visibly expanded, not damaged. Hermione went to them and her mother hugged her and her father saw Harry and Barry and Clark over her shoulder and nodded once, a real nod, acknowledging something. Barry nodded back. Harry stood between Barry and Clark on the platform while the station churned around them and felt the year settle behind him, the train, the sorting, Quidditch, Quirrell, the mirror room, Dumbledore's office, Ron's collarbone, the chessboard, the stone from Smallville in his pocket, all of it becoming the past, which was the direction that time reliably moved and the direction that meant you were still going. "Ready?" Barry said. "For what?" Harry said. "For summer," Barry said. "For the next thing." For Cisco to lose his mind about Ron's signal theory. For Clark's cooking. For, he gestured, the broad generalized gesture that meant everything, all of it, the continuation. Harry looked at him. "You've been waiting on this platform since 2 p.m., he said. 1:45, Barry said. "Clark," Harry said. 1:38, Clark said, without inflection. Harry laughed, a proper one, the kind that was surprised out of him, and Barry grinned and Clark made his real smile, the one that wasn't for press, and the platform moved around them with its ordinary noise and its ordinary light, and nothing about it was ordinary at all. Harry reached into his pocket and felt the Smallville stone, smooth and grey and completely unremarkable, brought from a field behind a farmhouse by a man who understood that the right object in the right pocket could be the whole world, and held it for a moment. Then he let go and picked up his trunk. "Let's go," he said. They walked out of King's Cross together into the London afternoon, Harry and Barry and Clark, with Hedwig's cage in Clark's hand and Harry's trunk between them, and the sun doing what June sun does in London when it decides to show up, making everything ordinary look briefly golden, and the city was exactly what it was, and Harry was exactly what he was, and somewhere behind them in the magical world, things were in motion that would require his attention in due time. He was not in a hurry. He was very fast. Those two things, he had learned, were not contradictions. He walked between the two people who had come through the rain for him, in a world that kept being larger than he'd been told, toward a summer that would become another year and another year after that, each one adding to the architecture of what he was building, which was nothing less than everything, faster than lightning, deeper than magic, unafraid, alive, entirely himself. The prophecy had not accounted for this. It had not accounted for Barry Allen hearing a child crying on a rainy night in Surrey and stopping. It had not accounted for Clark Kent sitting cross-legged on a hallway floor watching a snail. It had not accounted for 6 years of being loved into something the wizarding world had no framework for, no precedent for, no plan that could contain. The prophecy had said neither can live while the other survives. It had not said anything about what the boy would become if someone came. Someone had come. And the boy had become this.